This meeting of the Williamsburg-James City County School Board. May I have a member certified closed session?
Madam Chair, I certified that to the best of each member's knowledge, the Williamsburg-James City County School Board, while in closed session, discussed only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements as stated in Virginia law, and that only such public matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Hunley. Ms. Aller?
Ms. Chen.
Aye.
Mr. Hodges.
Aye.
Mr. Hosang.
Aye.
Mrs. Hunley.
Aye.
Mr. Riffle.
Aye.
Dr. Cavazos.
Aye.
Mrs. Donner.
Aye. May I have someone move to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Riffle. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Ms. Aller?
Mr. Riffle.
Aye.
Dr. Cavazos.
Aye.
Ms. Chen.
Aye.
Mr. Hodges.
Aye.
Mr. Hosang.
Aye.
Mrs. Hunley.
Aye.
Mrs. Donner.
Aye. We will move on to item 4.01, announcements in the superintendent's report. Dr. Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At last month's school board meeting, which was May 19th, I shared an update on our redistricting process with both the board and the community. This followed our release as a school division of draft maps on May 12th and 13th, and previous conversations and presentations on this topic. As a reminder, December 2024 was when the RFP and the scope of the work was determined. In March of 2025, there was an RFP update and an award of the contract to MGT. In June of 2025, MGT hosted an introductory presentation. In December of 2025, there was student data and a survey results that were presented. And then March 2026, there was an update to the community on the work of the committee. I want to take an opportunity this evening and at meetings in the months ahead to continue to provide updates to both the board and the community relative to the redistricting process. My last meeting of the year with the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee took place on May 21st. The group of high school students from all three schools and all four grade levels are represented with that group. There was an abbreviated version from the May 12th and 13th presentation with the SSAC that evening. That's actually that afternoon, and to my interest, the students felt compelled to recommend that that same information that we provided to the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee also be provided to their peers in 9th and 10th grade. As I mentioned to the council or committee that afternoon, we're kind of late in the school year. That would be a challenge to accomplish in the waning days, but I understood the importance of student voice, and we wanted to honor the request. So yesterday at War Hill and Lafayette, and then this morning at Jamestown, I met with all current 9th and 10th grade students who will be juniors and seniors in the implementation year of redistricting. I shared with students the concept of redistricting, the guiding principles that Williamsburg-James City County Public Schools was utilizing, and encouraged our young people to take advantage of an opportunity to participate by way of the community survey. As a way of reminding everybody involved that the school board established specific guiding principles to be shared with the steering committee. Those principles include building utilization, demographics, neighborhood schools, transportation, minimizing impact, and feeder patterns. Demographic information is one factor among several the steering committee considered during the development of the attendance zones proposals. Each of these principles, all 6 of them, push and pull on one another based on the location of our schools and the places where our young people live. Since the release of the draft maps, including through conversations held at high schools this week, there has been some contention or assertion that the maps are motivated by a disregard for diversity and student experience. That couldn't be further from the truth. I don't support and would not bring forward maps based on that premise. I value diversity. We value diversity. Suggestions to the otherwise are contrary to who I am, what I believe as superintendent, and the principles established by the school board governing this process. I value the community engagement that is occurring. It is a critical part of redistricting, and I am thankful for the many comments and thoughts that have been shared. I encourage all of our families, staff, and students and residents to review the draft maps and share feedback. That online survey remains available on our website and will close to responses on Sunday, June the 7th. Turning our attention to what is one of the largest weeks in the school division calendar, Tomorrow evening at 5:30, we will be celebrating our class of 2026 through the Dog Street Parade, the Duke of Gloucester Street Parade, tomorrow afternoon. We hope that members of our community, as well as family members and friends of the class of 2026, will join us. The parade kicks off at 5:30, and we hope to see a great turnout there. On Saturday, we will celebrate the class of 2026 with our graduation ceremony at Kaplan Arena on campus at William & Mary, War Hill at 9 a.m., Jamestown at 1:30 p.m., and Lafayette at 6 p.m. For those that are unable to join us, there is a live stream that will be available online, and we hope that you will be able to participate and celebrate in that manner. Additionally, I want to recognize the class of 2026 retirees, our latest cohort of retirees. The 25 honorees who are able to join us have served WJCC for a collective 596 years. We appreciate their incredible service and the many additional decades of commitment and support from the entire retiree class of 2026. I also want to mention that WJCC Schools serves as a testing site now for the Parapro exam, filling a need as the two closest test centers are more than an hour away in either direction. We are proud of our initial testing cohort with a 100% pass rate. With this credentials, our TA1s now move to TA2s and have earned the corresponding pay increase. Thanks to our paraprofessionals for being an integral part of our support team. And finally, in our last meeting, we were able to recognize our 2026 honors graduates. To qualify as honor graduates, students successfully completed 5 advanced placement courses across 3 content areas, complete a 4-course sequence in a global language, design and carry out a community service project of at least 25 hours, and design and complete an in-depth research-based honors project. Several days ago, those students showcased their honors projects with topics ranging from nuclear engineering and climate change to an analysis of Puerto Rican migration from 1990 to present. Congratulations to our graduates on their impressive work. Madam Chair, that concludes the superintendent's report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cuver. We will go to board member reports, and I'll start with Mr. Hosang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My report is from the New Horizons Regional Education Center, and we had a meeting last week, and initially we created, or the Board of Trustees created, the Igniter Award, which is the New Horizons Regional Education Center introduces the Igniter Award, a new recognition program designed to celebrate the extraordinary accomplishments, leadership, innovation, and impact of both students and staff across the organization. And we recognize several students and teachers that evening. Some of them we also recognized through the career and technical student organizations. What these students did is there's, in addition, besides the classes that they attend, there's competitions that they can participate in. And I will not read every student's name, but I will read those who are in Williamsburg, James City County. We have Chris Cook from War Hill High School, who was on the first place fabrication team in welding. We have 2 unmanned aircraft individuals, Corbin Knobloch from Lafayette High School and Andrew Pittman from Jamestown High School. We have participants in the plumbing and pipe fitting, Landon Liebler from Lafayette High School and Jeremiah Schugeld from War Hill High School. And these are state competitions that these individuals participated in, and many of them, if not all of them, are going on to national competitions this coming week and month.
Varying weeks. Some this week, some next, and then some at the end of the month.
But it's very, just listening to them, like the welding team. They have trained, obviously, this entire year in different aspects. They go to the competition. They are just giving a project and the supplies. And they have 7 hours to go through the whole entire process of creating whatever the issue or the thing is that they're supposed to create. And it's an amazing process to watch them go through that. We also honored the National Technical Honor Society individuals. There were 78 students this year that completed the National Technical Honor Society. Different things that they had to accomplish. They must have a 3-point GPA and a 4-point scale, must be enrolled in the CTE program and be in good standing. So we congratulated all of those individuals during our meeting. Let's see, we also passed our budget for New Horizons, and the proposed total budget was $26,583,006. Which was an increase of $608,000. And our division allocation cost for all the divisions that participate was $22,695,800, which is an increase of about 2.3%. And we approved our calendar for the next fiscal year, or next school year, and they base it off of the Newport News school year, because Newport News is the biggest school district that participates in New Horizons. But it very closely matches, if not identical matches, to Williamsburg, James City County. And that concludes my announcement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hosang. Wonderful things. We love New Horizons and there's just so much for our kids that happens there, so.
Yes, it is.
Awesome, thank you. I'll stay on this side of the room and go to Ms. Chen for SEAC.
Mine is quite brief. We had an abbreviated SEAC meeting because it was on the same night as one of our redistricting sort of presentations, and so we wanted folks to have the opportunity and choice to also participate in that. So we did have a final meeting, and you will hear about this next meeting. So I just wanted to say very briefly that since I won't be at our next meeting, our SEAC will be presenting to us their annual report. It will include an overview of goals and what was accomplished in terms of their work and advocacy and perspectives from the participants. And so just wanted to say that I've enjoyed being the school board representative, and just wanted to thank Michael Willen and Sophie Plaskin for serving as the chair. Is it the chair and vice chair? Is that what we call it? Yeah. Chair, and also Sophie is our first ever student sort of leader. So she was our vice chair, which is very exciting. And want to just very quickly thank Dr. Brown and Ms. Cruz and Dr. Bowmaster for their continued participation and support and leadership with our SEAC committee. Okay, that's it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chen, and we do look forward to the SEAC's their presentation. We'll go down the line to Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to present a review on the Career Ready Advisory Committee. We met in May 13th, and it actually presented its annual report, and it's really impressive what these folks do with $1.745 million. There's a whole array of activities that introduce the students to the future. And there was around 1,500 students in total participation. And it began with a college fair, went on to an annual manufacturers and trades. And then the big event was the 5th annual mock interview review, which was 718 students and 93 community volunteers went through mock interviews for jobs, which is excellent. The law school participated. And of course, we had the Military Careers Day. We had a Career Connections Fair, the 4th annual one, with 51 employers participating. The Health Careers, which I'm particularly interested in, was held at the Center Williamsburg Regional Hospital. 60 students from the 10th to 11th grade participated. And then finally, culminating in the WJCC Class of 2026 Senior Employment event, which was held in May. And it just goes to show that there's a well-rounded number of opportunities for students to get involved. And then each of the high schools and several of the secondary schools won multitudes of awards. I'd be all night listing all the accomplishments and all the decorations that the schools have, but it's really an impressive accomplishment on our student body. And I want to thank all the people who worked to make this happen, because it's a big effort, and it's a critical part of educating these students, because there are different opportunities aside from just going to college, and we'll see how it all turns out. But I'm really happy they do such a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cavazos. And we'll come to Mr. Riffle, WHRO.
Thank you. Yeah, WHRO met the Education Committee. We elected a new chair, which is yours truly, and then we have a vice chair from Northampton. So, and Dr. Keever became the vice chair of the Superintendent's Advisory Report Council, so which is because he may have not been there. WHRO also, we are the organization to let Education Advisory Committee. Just to be fair, Dr. Keever also just announced the NAP the day before, so there's a lot going on in the division. But I think everyone was on Zoom that day, from my understanding. So, WHRO elects the board that oversees the WHRO, like everything that goes on. So from the reporters to like the things you see in the music and the channel that's online, or even the PBS station you have at your TV on the local channel. So we voted on 5 new members, and so I won't name all the members, but I wanted to just mention that we did that. So there'll be a new slate of people coming in, along with the chair of the committee. So myself will also be joining them in the new year. That starts our first meeting will be in October, so 4th, the 14th, and 15th, which is when the meetings will meet. And then we received a presentation from the VDOE talking about kind of some formatting changes coming with curriculum, things that the General Assembly also has changed. So we also had a General Assembly update, which is, I won't name all the things up there, but maybe the big things coming to the division, which most families would care about, is the SOLs are being revised again for the third time in the decade. So they'll be now on a 100-point scale, and it'll change a bit about how growth and things work. We'll probably talk about it at some point with Mr. Walker. So we'll move through, but it's a lot going on. It's great to be on this board. It's important to hear kind of how the region's feeling about most of the stuff we're talking about, and also have ability to work through a public media company who produces content and curriculum for across the state. So. That was it. And I'll leave it from there, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Riffle. Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Thursday, May 21st, I was in this very room for the final Superintendent Student Advisory Council meeting of the school year. Our students were treated to a presentation from the Williamsburg Area Transit Authority, and were told that WJCC students can ride the bus for free as long as they show their student ID to a bus operator, which was very, very cool. There was a Q&A session about public transportation, safety, awareness, and what the limiting factors might be for using public transportation as a student. Next, the students received a presentation on the redistricting process, and what followed was a very, very lengthy Q&A session with staff and Dr. Keever. Topics discussed included, why doesn't WJCC just build new schools? Why are our schools located where they are? Are there any plans to expand our current buildings? And many more. Honestly, this portion took up most of the session. Then the students did an exercise where they broke into small groups and picked 7 key durable skills that they thought were the most valuable for WJCC's future profile of a learner, and this work mirrored and aided the work being done during the larger profile of a learner work group. And finally, the meeting finished with a discussion about the future of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, what worked, what didn't work, what could change, and what can improve for next school year. The robust conversations that took place at this meeting aligned with what I've seen previously from our students: thoughtfulness, curiosity, and a desire to make things better for WJCC moving forward. I was honored to be a part of that group for the back half of the school year, and I look forward to seeing how that council grows and changes in the future. And with that, I conclude my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hodges. We will go on to our next section, proposed agenda items. The first one is 5.01, review authorization for VHSL memberships for the 2026-2027 school year.
Madam Chair, an annual process that school divisions go through is to authorize participation through the Virginia High School League. Mr. Ottstadt is here to talk us through that particular item. Adam, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Keever, and members of the board. This evening, I am presenting information on our annual membership application fee that allows WJCC student athletes to participate in high school, varsity, and junior varsity athletics and activities through the Virginia High School League. The VHSL requires the annual membership fee plus an additional fee to obtain catastrophic insurance for athletes throughout the league. Each school pays a membership fee of $800 plus $35 for each varsity activity participated in for the previous school year. Additionally, an insurance formula is used to calculate the fee per school. The league directs us to use the previous year's roster to provide an estimated number of athletes per sport. The fee is $5.50 per student. Our current application uses rosters from the 2025-2026 school year to estimate insurance needs for the 26-27 school year. The individual applications for each school are attached to the agenda item. The VHSL membership fee for each school is paid from the individual school's operating budget. And so for this year, Jamestown has a total fee of $4,420, Lafayette $4,440, and War Hill $4,640 for a total of $13,500. Each application requires expressed written authority of its school board with the understanding that the high school subscribes to and agrees to follow the rules of eligibility and all other rules, regulations, and policies of the league. Thank you for reviewing the 3 applications for the 26-27 school year. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Assad. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, no questions. Thank you so much. Our next item is 5.02, purchase request for middle school athletic training services.
Yes, ma'am. Adam is here to help talk us through this as well. Adam?
Good evening again. Tonight I am presenting a purchase request for review for athletic training services that will transition WJCC from a model in which 2 athletic trainers split coverage among 4 middle schools to a model providing 1 dedicated athletic trainer at each middle school. This expansion, funded through the adopted fiscal year 27 budget, strengthens health and safety support for all middle school student athletes. Athletic trainers play a critical role in injury prevention, injury evaluation, emergency response, rehabilitation, and safe return to play decisions. Their consistent presence helps ensure that students receive timely and professional care during athletic practices and competitions. Through this partnership with Centera, WJCC will receive 2 Virginia licensed and board certified athletic trainers. These professionals will be employed and fully supported by Centera while serving 2 designated WJCC middle schools. The athletic trainers will provide coverage for daily practices, home athletic contests, football away games, and postseason activities throughout the school year. They will also travel to away competitions in situations where the host school does not have an athletic trainer available. Their schedules will allow them to arrive before practices and events to prepare and remain on-site until activities conclude. In addition to providing immediate injury assessment and treatment, the athletic trainers will deliver rehabilitation services, coordinate physician referrals when necessary, maintain medical records, communicate with families and school personnel, and support compliance with return-to-play protocols. They will also provide education and training for coaches, athletes, and staff regarding injury prevention and health-related best practices. The total annual cost for these services is $116,000 for 2 full-time 12-month athletic trainers. Funding for this purchase, as said before, is included in the adopted fiscal year 27 budget and is allocated within the Teaching and Learning Cost Center. This request supports the division's commitment to student health, safety, and well-being through the WJCC strategic plan, while ensuring equitable access to athletic healthcare services across all middle school athletic programs. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does the board have any questions about us adding 2 athletic trainers to support our 4 middle schools? No? Actually, thank you so much. I have a question for the parliamentarian. I actually have a question in 5.01. Is there a way to go back? Do you all mind if I go back and ask a question? Am I out of line? Okay. I just have a quick question. I just noticed that Lafayette does not have a debate team, but the others do, and I was just wondering why that was, if you happen to know.
So I do know.
Okay.
A lot of our activities in athletics are due to student interest and staff availability to run those, and Lafayette is actively searching for somebody to run the debate program, and we are really working to try to get that up and running. It's been, I think, a couple of years since they've had a debate program, and we would very much love for them to have one. We just haven't had a staff member that's been willing to sponsor that activity.
Got it. And with a debate program, let's say you found someone, but it's after we submitted the application. Are you allowed to submit something new, or it's just you would have to wait till the following year?
So this application is just based on what we did this past school year. We are absolutely able to create a debate program regardless of what is on this sheet, because if we have a debate program in 26-27, that would be reflected on next year's application.
And for a debate program, does it have to be a staff member, or like the way we hire coaches that are not necessarily WJCC employees? Is that an option for something that's like a debate club?
As a VHSL activity, I do believe that we could hire a community member to be, it is a stipend, just like a coaching stipend is a stipend. I think it's more rare in activities. However, I will say that the VHSL does have a program called Debate in a Box, which is an excellent kind of, it's laid out for you. And so if you don't know anything about debate and you want to help out, if anybody from Lafayette is listening, that will very much help you and guide you in doing what needs to be done for a debate program.
Okay.
And I think to that end, Ms. Donner, Madam Chair, our goal is for any of our programs to be able to identify a staff member within the building that can help shepherd it, because I think that also then enhances the numbers and has student interest, it drives student interest in those kinds of things. But if there are interested parties out there in helping to lead debate at Lafayette, I would definitely encourage them to reach out to Mr. Townsend or the athletic director, Mr. Moore,
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod, I'm sorry. First name Matt, though, right? You're
Correct.
Right. That's where I get confused. But to reach out to either of them to express interest.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks for allowing me to go back,
You're
everybody. All right. Anything else for Mr. Otstad? All right. Thank you so
you.
much. We'll move on to item 5.03, review the updated 5-year local plan for the education of the gifted 2026 to 2031.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Ann Colorado is going to lead us through this conversation. She has been working diligently across multiple groups and through multiple iterations of the plan. This happens on a 5-year basis. It doesn't mean that we do a plan and then just forget about it for the next 4 or 5 years, but that it happens on a recurring basis. So Ann, are you ready to talk us through it?
I'm ready, and I'm sorry to say it's not as short as Mr. Otstad's.
He was just warming us up, you know.
You're on.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board, and Dr. Keever. On behalf of the Gifted Education and Talent Development Department and the internal and external local plan work groups, I'm excited to share with you our proposed update for the local plan for the education of the gifted. The state of Virginia requires that every division submit an updated gifted local plan every 5 years. This plan is the blueprint for WJCC's programs for talent development and gifted education. However, it is also a living document, and addendums can be done at any time during our 5-year cycles with school board approval. As a reminder, supporting documents for tonight's presentation can be found in your executive content for the evening. We are pleased to say that Ms. Kimberly Hunley and Mrs. Amy Chen were a part of our stakeholder local plan work groups. We deeply thank them for being a part of our process. Oh. Gosh, this is different than mine. Sorry.
There you
There
go.
we go. Okay. We began our official local plan development process in May of 2025. This proposal is grounded in national gifted education standards, Virginia regulations, current research and best practices, reviews of other Virginia local plans, site visits to Virginia Beach City Public Schools, our strategic plan, our superintendent's transition plan as well. It also reflects input from hundreds of stakeholder survey responses and collaboration with 29 internal and 21 external stakeholders, as well as 13 gifted education staff members through multiple in-person or Zoom work sessions. Overall, this was a thorough and collaborative planning process. After reading and analyzing all stakeholder input, 6 key priorities emerged. Consistent, equitable access to advanced learning across all schools, earlier and expanded talent development opportunities for all students, integrated gifted service model embedded in daily instruction instead of an isolated pull-out program, clear, coherent K-12 pathways to advance coursework and real-world experiences, expansion of advanced learning beyond English and math into areas like the arts, CTE, STEAM, and humanities, stronger communication, and partnerships with families and community. Additionally, several participants asked for pre-K services. Many asked for more gifted staff in our elementary schools to support talent development, and overwhelmingly, people desired an enhanced gifted program model. Based on the research we conducted and the stakeholder feedback we received over the past year, we have reimagined our gifted education and talent development program within a proposed talent development and advanced learning framework. This framework reflects a broader and more intentional approach, developing talent in all students while preserving rigorous specialized services for identified gifted learners. The proposed name change communicates both parts of this work. Talent development reflects our commitment to identifying and nurturing potential in all students K through 12. We believe every student has strengths and talents that can be developed over time, creating a foundation for advanced learning, creativity, innovation, and future readiness. Advanced learning affirms that students with demonstrated advanced needs must continue to receive appropriately challenging curriculum, differentiated instruction, intellectual peer interaction, and specialized support across content areas. Gifted education remains a critical and specialized component of this framework. This model expands access to challenge, rigor, and opportunity without lowering expectations. In fact, it is designed to strengthen gifted education. Our plan builds on the multi-tiered system of supports already in place across our schools and strengthens the gifted education and talent development work underway over the past 5 years. Grounded in MTSS and a levels of service approach, the framework creates a coherent K-12 continuum of advanced learning aligned with the superintendent's transition plan, the Elevate 28 strategic plan, stakeholder feedback, and research-based best practice. We also anticipate opportunities to begin addressing pre-K advanced learning needs on a small scale, though it is not part of requirements for the state of Virginia. So what does this look like? At Tier 1, talent development for all students, possible school-based opportunities could include enrichment experiences such as choice products across grade levels, creative and critical thinking push-in lessons or embedded lessons that could be taught by TDAL staff or embedded in core instruction, clubs and interest groups in partnership with families and community members, co-planning and coaching between gifted staff and classroom teachers when available, and parent resources related to talent development, gifted education, and talent pathways. At Tier 2, enrichment and extension are provided for students whose data indicates they are ready for additional challenges in specific content areas. Examples of Tier 2 services could include flexible, short-term skills-based instruction, advanced differentiation in the classroom using strategies such as curriculum compacting, tiered assignments, and advanced curriculum resources, co-planning and coaching to support teachers at the elementary level, advanced course opportunities in middle and high school that include pre-algebra 6-7, high school courses in middle school, honors advanced placement and dual enrollment courses, and special events and academic competitions. The division remains committed to preserving specialized services for identified gifted learners. Tier 3 services for these students include Tier 1 opportunities, advanced Tier 2 academic options in reading, math, and secondary coursework, as well as cluster grouping with teachers trained in gifted curriculum and strategies in elementary classes and middle school honors classes, daily differentiation using gifted curriculum and instructional strategies, co-teaching support in elementary gifted cluster classes, Tier 3 enrichment and extension projects through Pullout, content-embedded social-emotional learning supports, and advisory seminars, talent development plans, and dynamic talent pathways in middle school and high school. Together, these Tier 3 services support the superintendent's priorities related to personalized pathways, student leadership, and authentic learning experiences, while building toward future mentorship, internship, and real-world learning opportunities connected to gifted students' strengths and interests. In a nutshell, this slide highlights the major changes proposed in the plan. Overall, our gifted identification and our gifted definition and identification system would focus more on ability than achievement, while talent development would expand from K2 to K12. The model also places a strong emphasis on collaboration between gifted staff and classroom teachers, requiring training, planning time, and instructional support. In elementary schools, we would strengthen our current cluster grouping model through eventual weekly co-teaching, with gifted curriculum embedded into cluster classrooms and Tier 2 differentiation blocks. In addition, gifted students would participate in a weekly push-in or pull-out experience focused on Tier 3 projects connected to their interests, research, and talent areas. In middle school, the VDOE identifies honors courses as a strong service model for gifted learners. As a result, our honors courses in ELA and newly in Science and Social Studies have been designed using gifted curriculum, and teachers in those content areas will all be trained to implement and differentiate that curriculum for gifted advanced learners by the end of pre-service week. Gifted students will also be able to enroll in the honors courses aligned to their strengths and interests and will be cluster grouped within them. In high school, advanced placement and dual enrollment will continue to serve as appropriate service models for gifted learners, allowing students to pursue advanced coursework connected to their strengths and interests. A new secondary service model would include advisory seminars, dynamic talent pathways, and talent development plans. And together, this three-pronged system ensures that gifted learners are intentionally developed over time, not simply identified and served. The framework provides a scalable, student-centered structure that supports advanced achievement, talent cultivation, and long-term growth. In general, these changes are designed to create a more coherent, rigorous, and student-centered K-12 system that both strengthens gifted services and expands opportunities for advanced learning and talent development across the division. The framework would be implemented gradually over 5 years through parallel work streams to ensure strong teacher preparation, curriculum development, and community communication. We are proposing an intentional and phased rollout of the changes. In year 1, we focus on building systems and preparing foundations. Significant training would occur for gifted staff, classroom teachers, and administrators, while current gifted services remain in place. In year 2, we would begin staggered implementation of elementary co-teaching with 5th grade math cluster classes, along with advisory seminars, dynamic talent pathways, and talent development plans in grades 6 and 9. Additional Tier 1 and Tier 2 services would also begin. In year 3, we would continue that expansion, but add on co-teaching in 5th grade ELA for gifted students. And years 4 and 5 would focus on deeper implementation of all those services and opportunities, with year 5 being dedicated in part to evaluating the work that we had done so far and refining Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 services based on feedback and data. This table illustrates how the proposed talent development and advanced learning framework aligns directly with both Elevate 28, the Elevate 28 strategic plan, and the superintendent's transition plan. This alignment is intentional. The framework supports division priorities related to student growth, personalized pathways, leadership, innovation, collaboration, and authentic learning experiences. Rather than functioning as a separate initiative, gifted education and talent development are embedded within the broader vision and direction of the school division. As with any new framework, there are several important considerations when moving forward with this proposal. Successful implementation will depend on building staff capacity over time. Teachers will need ongoing professional learning and differentiation, co-teaching, cluster grouping, talent development, and advanced learning practices. A phased implementation model supported by increased coaching from gifted staff would allow that capacity to develop gradually and sustainably. Staffing and scheduling will also require thoughtful planning. At the elementary level, additional staffing would strengthen talent development opportunities in the foundational years. At the middle and high school levels, transitioning gifted staff into half-time teaching and half-time coaching roles would provide dedicated support for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 services across schools. Also at the elementary level, the proposed Grade 5 ELA and math changes represent a significant shift from a model that has been in place for nearly 2 decades, 18 years to be exact. A 3-year transition to cluster grouping and co-teaching, combined with clear communication for families, will help ensure stakeholders understand that services are being enhanced and integrated more intentionally throughout the school day. The framework will also require strong collaboration, communication, and coordination across stakeholder groups, such as families and community members. At the secondary level, schools will need to thoughtfully integrate advisory seminars within existing scheduling structures. While these considerations are significant, they are manageable through phased implementation, targeted staffing, ongoing professional learning, clear communication, and continuous evaluation. In addition, overall, stakeholders were supportive of the proposed framework. As we move forward with implementation, they emphasized the importance of preserving rigor, challenge, and strong services for gifted learners, establishing clear division-wide expectations for cluster grouping and co-teaching. They want us to ensure inclusive identification practices and to create strong communication and partnership channels between families and gifted staff. Collectively, that feedback reinforced the importance of implementing the framework thoughtfully, collaboratively, and with continued attention to rigor, communication, and equitable access. In sum, this proposed local plan reflects extensive research into gifted education best practices, Virginia regulations, and national standards of gifted education, the WJCC strategic plan and superintendent's transition plan, principles of talent development, and the ideas and feedback of more than 1,000 stakeholders over the past year. Together, these efforts have helped shape a shared vision for students in WJCC. This framework strengthens gifted education and advanced learning in WJCC in 3 important ways. First, it expands talent development opportunities for all students K-12, helping students identify and develop their strengths while connecting them to appropriately rigorous pathways and learning opportunities. Second, it creates stronger structures for differentiated curriculum, instruction, collaboration, and advanced experiences that better challenge gifted and high potential students in their strength areas. And third, it provides teachers with increased training, resources, and instructional support so they can deliver appropriate rigor, challenge, and differentiation across all content areas for students who need it. On behalf of the Gifted Education and Talent Development Department and the internal and external stakeholder local plan work groups, we present this proposed framework with both confidence and excitement for what it can mean for students, staff, and families across WJCC. This vision for students reflects our belief that every learner deserves opportunities to grow, be challenged, and develop their strengths and talents over time. At this time, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I open it up to the board for questions. And perhaps Ms. Hunley or Ms. Chen, if as having participated, if there's any insights that you would like to bring to the conversation.
Sure. I can go first, and then Kim, if you want to add anything. Well, thank you for allowing me to be part of I think I sat in on one of the external stakeholder meetings, and I might have shared this in one of our previous board meetings, but it truly was a very encouraging and inspiring space to be in. There really were representatives from every sort of entity within our community. I feel like there was somebody who came and was part of the working session. And so there were some really great ideas that were generated and captured. So it's nice to see it come together in this presentation. I'll just highlight a few things that I feel like were important at the stakeholder session that I attended, and also things that I think are different and new and improvements. And those would be the I think the focus on like inclusivity within gifted education has always been a priority, but I do think that there's even more within this new plan of making sure that there's talent development for all students, and access to students being identified for different advanced sort of learning opportunities. So I think that definitely is even more strengthened and improved upon. So that was something that definitely stood out. And I personally learned a lot, having been a parent of kids that have gone through, but decades ago, you know, and remembering having to advocate and not really understanding the process. So I think that now being part of this and seeing how I think that there are, in terms of communication, I think that there are some huge sort of improvements as well. So hopefully, you know, our families and our staff feel like they have those supports and some guidance as well. So those were just two things that I wanted to highlight, and just to say thank you for all of your efforts and leadership in this.
You're welcome. Thank you for helping us.
I just remember the enthusiasm in the room when we're talking about these things, and I know it was because we haven't really delved into it this extensively in a long time. So people really wanted to get their ideas out there and make sure everybody understood and we could all communicate what was going on to our families and to our children. So that's what I remember the most, and learning new things. But I do remember just people being very excited to finally get this body of work done and on to that long, extensive report. And that was just that pride of having it complete and something that's going to be great and evaluated in the future. And your leadership, I know one day you weren't there, but Miss Ford stepped in and it, you know, we just kept going on with it because it was that important. And as you can see, it's a great document that for the future for our kids. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members? I appreciate the forward thinking about how we move our gifted education into a more modern and evidence-based model for that really supports all of our students. I think one of the concerns that has been brought up by board members and other entities is that our kind of gifted education sometimes is held within a certain group of students, or it's not as widely available. And then when you look at the stats of the number of our of who's in our gifted programs in comparison to the rest of the school division, those numbers, it just seems out of balance. So I really appreciate this as a way to make sure that we are giving everybody the opportunity, but also really truly identifying, finding other ways that we can identify who some of our gifted students are who sometimes might get overlooked. So thank you so much, Dr. Colorado.
You're welcome. And thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you so much. We'll move on to item 5.04, review the 2026-2027 federal program grant applications for Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV.
Ms. Robin Ford will take us through the federal grant program presentation, and I'm sure she's going to be happy to answer any questions you might have. Robin, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Kiever. This afternoon, I will present an overview of the federal program grants, Titles I, II, III, and IV, and how WJCC plans to use these funds to support the priorities of our strategic plan, Elevate to 28. A little scared to try again.
Give it a shot. Let's see what happens. There we go.
There we go. All right. To begin, I will review the purpose of each grant. Title I provides personnel and resources that supplement academic programming intended to increase academic achievement for students in identified Title I schools. Title II supports training, preparation, and recruitment of highly qualified teachers and leaders. Title III advances language instruction for students with limited English proficiency. And Title IV provides funds for programs and activities to improve students' academic achievement. State funding of the grants is formula-based and is impacted by factors such as student enrollment and low-income data. Based on guidance from grant specialists at the Virginia Department of Education, applications are typically written using the current year's allocation, which are the amounts you see on this slide. When the state releases the updated allocation amounts in the fall, school divisions submit amendments to the applications to adjust for their final allocation amounts. We'll begin by looking more closely at the Title I grant. Title I, Part A provides funding to support programming to ensure all students have access to high-quality education so they may meet the state's achievement standards and close achievement gaps. The Title I program supplements literacy and math instruction at 7 of our 9 elementary schools in WJCC. At the targeted assistance schools, Claire Bird Baker and J. Blaine Blayton, Title I staff and services support children in grades kindergarten through 3rd. And in the school-wide programs, all students, families, and staff in grades K-5 benefit from Title I programming. Title I programming in WJCC prioritizes the use of federal grant funds for direct services to our students. 92% of our Title I funds are allocated to 12 full-time positions and 2 partially grant-funded positions. Title I positions include 7 literacy interventionists, 1 at each Title I school. There are 3 math interventionists at James River, Matthew Whaley, and Norge, and 1 student support teacher who holds a shared position at DJ Montague and Laurel Lane. During this school year, grant funding has also provided 29 tutors to our 7 Title I schools. In addition to school-based staff, the grant fully funds 1 literacy coach and partially funds a 2nd literacy instructional coach and the federal program data analyst position. Other Title I priorities include providing professional development that will support teachers with job-embedded training and coaching to strengthen their ability to implement evidence-based instructional practices, and support families and parents to be actively involved in their children's education through parental involvement programming and the provision of high-quality learning tools for use at home. I am pleased to share that this year the Title I staff have led 23 division and school-based Title I parent and family engagement events and activities, with more planned before the end of the school year to support continued learning through the summer. Next, we'll review the Title II grant program. Title II funding is centered on strengthening educator effectiveness to improve student achievement. These funds support the ongoing growth and development of our teachers, paraeducators, principals, and other school leaders so they are equipped to provide high-quality instruction and leadership across our division. The overall goal is to ensure that every student benefits from strong teaching, meaningful support, and effective leadership practices. To support these goals, Title II funding is directed towards several key focus areas. Approximately 49% of the allocated grant funds support personnel, services, and benefits, including a full-time organizational development specialist position focused on new teacher supports and a 0.4 FTE for the Title II clerical assistance position. These roles help coordinate professional learning, compliance, and ongoing support for staff across the division. Additionally, 7.3% of the grant funds are set aside to support local private schools as required under Title II guidelines. This leaves 43.7% of the remaining funds available to support professional learning experiences both within and outside of the school division. These professional learning investments include support for new teachers through our launch program, continued development for paraprofessionals, teacher leadership opportunities, instructional and leadership coaching, and professional learning aligned to Elevate 28 priorities. Funds also support educator licensure and certification efforts, along with assessments that help paraprofessionals meet highly qualified requirements. Together, these investments build staff capacity and strengthen instructional support for our students. This year, Title II funding supports targeted initiatives focused on onboarding, professional learning, and staff leadership. The Organizational Development Specialist position will increase from 11 months to 12 months to ensure support is available during July for pre-boarding, new teacher induction preparation, summer professional learning, and pre-service week planning. Based on staff feedback, requesting more choice in professional learning and more opportunities to learn from peers implementing effective classroom strategies, funding for in-district professional development facilitators has been increased to expand our staff-led learning opportunities. Feedback from paraprofessionals, teachers, and principals also identified the need for more consistent onboarding and training for new paraprofessionals. A lead paraprofessional stipend will support experienced paraprofessionals in serving as mentors and facilitating school-based training. Additional investments expand access to professional conferences, cognitive coaching, teacher leadership, and the CERN Novice Teacher Academy to strengthen employee growth, retention, and instructional effectiveness. Next is an overview of the 2026-27 Title III and Title IV grants. Together, these funds support multilingual learners through language development, academic access, family engagement, and inclusive learning opportunities. Title III funds support English language development for our multilingual learners by helping students build English proficiency and access grade level content. These funds provide supplemental instruction, instructional resources, staff professional learning, and family engagement opportunities to strengthen student success. Our Title III priorities focus on building our students' academic language skills while increasing English proficiency across the 4 language domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Through grant-funded supports, we will continue to provide targeted services for newcomers and students with specific needs, offer summer enrichment to strengthen grade level readiness, and partner with staff and families to ensure consistent support across school and home. New for this grant cycle, Title III funds will be used to expand support for students and families. We will be expanding our high school summer programming through career and academic language pathways, updating instructional tools and resources, and launch a LEAP Family Ambassador program to strengthen communication and engagement. And last, we will review the Title IV grant funding. Title IV grant funds are transferred to the Title III grant to expand supports for our multilingual learners. These funds help strengthen well-rounded learning opportunities, inclusive school environments, technology access, professional learning, and family engagement aligned with our Title III goals. Title IV funds support the multilingual learner family and community engagement coordinator, digital learning tools, supplemental resources, and international programs. These focus areas strengthen academic vocabulary, literacy development, cultural identity, student belonging, and access to core content for our multilingual learners. New this grant cycle, Title IV funds will expand the Family Engagement Coordinator role to include grant support, family feedback, and needs assessment efforts. Funding will also support international programs and a multilingual student ambassador program designed to welcome our new students, strengthen peer connections, and promote a greater sense of belonging. I would like to recognize Ms. Jessica Coteau and Ms. Elena Trott for their leadership of the Title II programming, and Ms. Marie Nice for her leading the work for Titles III and IV. Their capable stewardship ensures the funding WJCC schools receives through the federal program supports our students, staff, and families. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have as you prepare to vote on this item at the June 16th meeting.
Thank you so much. Questions from the board? I was curious. I think this is maybe the first time I picked up on it when you said that for Title II, we have to also share some of that with private schools as well. And so, like, how does that work? And do they do all of our? I think it's you said. I think you said it was like 7% of the funds have to go there. And does that happen every year? Or?
It does. It's actually a requirement of all 4 programs. And so each February or early March, our school division, but almost every school division across the state, holds an equitable services meeting in which all private schools in our area that may serve students who live in our attendance zones are invited to the meeting to hear about each of the 4 programs. And then we give them the opportunity to decide if they would like to participate in one or all of the programs. It's up to them based on the purpose of each grant. So we help them, each of the coordinators will support the private school leaders to determine what their school's involvement could look like and how participating in our applications could support their students and staff. For example, we do have one private school that participates in the Title I application. Their portion, based on the number of low-income students that they have, is very, very small. It's roughly $5,700, which is less than 1% of our Title I allocation. But it is truly a school-by-school decision for our private schools, and we support them to think about how their student and staff needs may align with each of the federal programs and what that participation might look like.
Thank you for explaining that. Other questions from board members? I just had one other question. So with in the elementary schools, you said that there's 2 that it sounded like they get partial Title I support, and then the other 5 get full support. Could you explain how that split occurs or what drives that?
Absolutely. So we have 5 school-wide programs: DJ, Laurel Lane, Norge, James River, and Matthew Whaley. And that is based on the fact that their percentage of low-income students is high enough that we can consider through a comprehensive needs assessment what their students' needs are as it relates to academic achievement. And then we can write a school-wide plan that demonstrates how we would use the additional supplemental support of Title I funding to support their goals. That application has to go off to the state for approval, and if they're accepted as a school-wide plan, then we are allowed to use their Title I allocation. School-wide status does not change the amount of money that you receive. The amount of money that you receive as a school is based on the number of low-income students that you have. What it does do is expand how you can use those funds to serve all students K through 5 who may need assistance. Whereas at our two targeted assistance schools, CBB and JBB, because their percentage of low-income students is slightly lower and doesn't meet the threshold, we can use Title I funds to support students in K through 3 who aren't meeting grade level benchmarks for literacy or math.
Okay,
So that's a smaller number of students.
thank you. That's helpful to understand.
Absolutely.
Ms. Ford, would you also talk about how that may change year over year or over a couple years?
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. So, particularly, for example, when I first came into this position, the percentage of low-income students at DJ Montague was fairly low. So they were a targeted assisted school at that time. But as their student population has changed and their need has grown, we were able to use that as an opportunity to pursue school-wide funding for them, or the use of funds for their school-wide programming. So it does ebb and flow with some schools. If they are close to that threshold, as their student population changes from year to year, we may be considering, will they continue to remain a Title I school, Title I eligible, or may that change? And so we would have to look at how we would use our funds differently.
Thank you. Mr. Riffle.
Thank you again. I'm focusing on Title II's, the focus area of supported positions. We have just a bulletin point about like new teachers, a launch program. Is it specifically just for like staff that help run launch, or is it? Can you just elaborate a bit further about the new teacher support?
Well, our organizational development specialist certainly spearheads a lot of the planning for that program, but that programming is supported by staff members and members of other central support departments. But it's to allow for activities such as substitutes, so that new hires who can benefit from the launch program not only receive that support during pre-service week, but then we can come back to them and address needs as they change over the course of the year.
Gotcha. And then the second question, I'm assuming we get another presentation on launch itself. Like it's not just inside of, and we've never really reviewed it, but it's just more like something that I just thought of like as we're talking about Title, because it is a pretty well-known program in our division. And just wanted to like maybe hear about how it's been and how we've changed it astronomically throughout even the past 3 years.
Over the course of the last several years, it has, I think, really taken off or launched. We can talk about an opportunity to provide the board with an overview in terms of the programming, whether we do that at the first meeting in August, which is just before the launch occurs with new staff on August 10th, 12th. What day? I can't remember. 10th? Monday. It's that Monday. So we could do a presentation at that work session in August and kind of give you a sense of here's what's happening across the last several years and how the program has evolved. And I know Ms. Hunley has been a part of the teacher mentoring committee, which is a state code required committee that gets together and talks about that. So we'll put that on the agenda for August the 3rd if the board is interested.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you so much, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
We'll go on to our next agenda item, 5.05, review revisions to advisory committee bylaws.
Dr. Brown and Ms. Walter will talk us through, I think the first one is Career and Technical Education Advisory Committee. So Jessica, if you could walk us through that, and then Adam walks us through SEAC, or do I have that
Sir.
wrong?
No, you have it correct. Thank
Okay,
you.
great.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Kiever. Tonight, I am here to bring to you that the Career Ready Advisory Committee has reviewed the committee bylaws that were currently in place. They make no recommendations on changes and voted to propose tonight that the current bylaws remain as is. I am open and welcome to any questions you may have.
Any questions on career advisory? Dr. Cavazos, are you aligned? Good for you? All right, we'll go on to SEAC.
Thank you. Good evening. We have one, I think, very important proposed addition to the SEAC bylaws. So 3 years ago, we cleaned up a lot of the language, made it more streamlined to the BCF policy. And under Article 3, you'll see a proposed addition of the committee shall include one teacher, and the proposed addition is at least one student representative. So over the course of the past 3 years, we've had at least one student who's actually applied as a citizen to serve on the committee, which has been pretty powerful. And currently, we have a current student who's serving as the vice chair. So SEAC was very supportive of having a student representative within the bylaws, so it's an intentional search for the committee moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Are there questions? Yes, Mr. Riffle.
Does your committee have a need for a quorum?
It does, yes.
Will this affect? I think we talked about this in the past. I want to refresh maybe for the public. It won't affect much of its attendance need for the quorum. It will expand. I would say
it would expand, but I would say that over the past probably 2.5 years, we've been fairly consistent on reaching quorum in SEAC. So,
thank you.
And our student has been one of the most well attended.
Any other, Ms. Chen, any?
I'll just add that our chair, due to health reasons, was absent for a few meetings, and our student vice chair, she really stepped up. I mean, I think she ran the meeting probably better than anybody else could in the room. So
she kept us in check.
She
yes.
really kept us in check, and she kept us on time. And so her participation and the fact that she's a sibling to a disabled her sister is that perspective has also been very meaningful for the group.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chen. Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, thank you so much. We'll go on to 5.06, review revisions to the 2026-2027 Student Code of Conduct.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Brown is going to take us through the updates and revisions to the 26-27 Student Code of Conduct. I will also, by way of reminder, mention that a little bit later this evening when we do policy review, policy JFC is a part of this discussion as well. It's always interesting to me in terms of the order, which one do you talk about first, but we felt like going ahead and doing the presentation of the Code of Conduct revisions and then revisiting that with the policy was the right approach. Adam, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Keever. I'm pleased to present the revisions to the WJCC Code of Conduct for the 2026-2027 school year. This year updates build on the work we completed last year, in which steps were taken to strengthen clarity, consistency, and support for students, families, and staff. As we review tonight's updates, it's important to note that the year-end discipline data will be shared in our key performance indicator updates in the fall. Our work within the Code of Conduct aligns with our division's key priority of academic achievement, college and career readiness, educational equity, and the supporting priority of safety and security. These priorities are the lens through which every Code of Conduct decision is made. Last year, our primary goal was straightforward: make the Code of Conduct easier to understand. Families, students, and staff told us that the document itself was difficult to navigate, especially when students and parents were going through the discipline process, especially for the first time. In response, we focused on 3 things: making accessible resources and supports more visible, creating a shared understanding of interventions and discipline, and improving how we communicate throughout the discipline process. To accomplish that, last year we reorganized the document into 4 clear sections: resources and supports, interventions, leveled responses to discipline, and policies. The goal was structural, giving every reader a clear roadmap so they could find what they needed without confusion. We rewrote policy language within the Code of Conduct document to be more parent-friendly. We added QR codes and direct links to full policies and drew a clear distinction between interventions and disciplinary responses. We worked to build awareness of the Code of Conduct through our Family Academy platform. Beyond navigation, how to access the Code of Conduct, we used this session to connect families with available supports, either within the division or outside, and highlight the benefits of our deepened partnership with community agencies, including Colonial Behavioral Health, as a resource for students and families who need additional assistance. This experience reinforced the value of bringing families into the conversation early and often, and as we move forward, we remain committed to finding meaningful ways to continue building that awareness across our community. With your approval of last year's updates, our Code of Conduct Committee this year focused on how the document is being used within our school. Specifically, the committee, made up of 30 members, directed its work around 3 priorities: building greater understanding with division services and expectations, promoting consistency in discipline practices, and ensuring that students are supported throughout the disciplinary process. This work was informed not only by last year's revisions, but also additional qualitative feedback gathered from key stakeholders. As part of our committee work, we sought feedback from those with firsthand experience: parents who have navigated the discipline process, and students across the full spectrum, from those who have never received a discipline referral to those who have. What we heard was consistent. Parents expressed a desire for clearer expectations and guidance during the discipline process, along with continued greater awareness of the supports available to them. Students raised similar themes, pointing to the need for more consistent enforcement of expectations and a greater overall awareness of what the Code of Conduct actually says and means for them. If last year was about clarity and organization, this year is about supporting guidance and its implementation. Now that families, students, and staff can navigate the Code of Conduct more easily, our focus for the 26-27 school year is ensuring that it's being applied consistently across all schools. To support that, we are developing targeted resources for 2 key audiences: families to help them better understand and engage with the process, and school staff to equip them with the tools they need to implement the Code of Conduct with confidence. Together, these resources are designed to bridge the gap between understanding the Code of Conduct and implementing it with fidelity across the division. To support that, we are currently developing supplemental resources. Administrators will have access to guides and flowcharts to support consistent decision-making. Professional development on the use of these resources will be offered during the upcoming July Summer Leadership Institute. Families who will have level responses, one-pagers that clearly explain what to expect at each stage of the discipline process. Those resources will be made available to parents who request additional support for resources or seek to better understand next steps in supporting their children who have received some level of discipline. Additionally, we are developing FAQs specifically for parents navigating the suspension process for the first time. Together, these tools are designed to bridge the gap between understanding the Code of Conduct and how all stakeholders can better support students in accessing a safe and positive learning environment. On the policy side, we made 2 targeted updates this year. We strengthened the language around the prohibition of personally owned cell phones and smart devices, and we've assured alignment across all applicable discipline-based policies. These changes will be highlighted later in today's meeting when we review proposed policy changes to policy JFC and JFCA, and these changes are refinements that bring our policies in line with current expectations and practices. As we move into the 26-27 school year, WJCC remains committed to supporting students and ensuring safe, welcoming learning environments for all, and the updates presented today are one part of that commitment. In addition to our Code of Conduct revisions, we're continuing to grow the behavioral supports available to our schools and students. This includes the addition of 3 early intervention behavior specialists, the establishment of division-level youth mental health first aid trainers, and additional behavioral support teacher assistants at the elementary level. We've expanded our de-escalation training and to continue to look at professional development opportunities that are made available for all staff. In closing, the story of our Code of Conduct over the past 2 years is one of intentional phased improvement. Last year, we made it easier to understand. This year, we're making it easier to use. Following board approval, the Department of Student Services will continue working with schools on implementation, analyzing discipline data to set behavioral goals, and providing ongoing training and support. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about these updates.
Madam Chair, before we do questions, I just wanted to commend Dr. Brown and the team for soliciting and seeking specific parent feedback and student feedback relative to the Code of Conduct and how to navigate that, utilizing the voices of those that have experienced potential discipline violations and trying to understand how we can best provide support. So I do appreciate that and thought I should mention that one more time. Thank you.
Questions, Ms. Humley?
Yeah, I have a question. I was that parent. Are there hard copies for parents like me, or is it all digital? Because
there are hard copies.
And but the kids don't get a hard copy. You have to request one?
We deliver hard copies to every secondary school, and they're typically handed out at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
We have extras. I have extra in my office if anybody would like one.
Okay.
But we do everything, and we make sure it's accessible online and then also through hard copies as well.
Okay. So the signed copies that the kids have to get back to the schools can be either online or handed in as paper.
It's typically through paper at the beginning of the school year.
Okay.
But they are reviewed at each
Okay.
school as well.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hodges.
I saw in there a couple of times it referenced consistency and discipline practices. I'm just kind of curious what feedback the committee got on that front and what sorts of changes that might be implemented moving forward on that.
It's a good question. I think we continue to work with administrators on, so we have something called a discipline matrix. So if it's a certain infraction, the first offense would equate to this. So a good example of how that's been rolled out at the division level is the student cell phone approach, right? It's consistent across there. Every situation is different and unique based on the circumstances around that. So we continue to work with administrators that no matter what administrative member or leadership team member that you're working with, that there's consistency in how we enforce the discipline and consider it. I think no matter what division you go in, that's a continued topic, and we continue to work through that to ensure that we're doing things consistently and fairly. So.
And then I was just curious if you could talk a little bit more about the youth mental health first aid trainers. That kind of popped out to me. I'm like, I'm not familiar with that.
Sure, absolutely. So that is a training that has been offered locally by Community Agency, most recently by Colonial Behavioral Health. It is offered by the National Counseling of, I have it written here, Mental Wellbeing. They work with individuals and staff members to go through a day-long training, and it recognizes early signs of potential mental health challenges, how to respond to a student in trauma. We were fortunate enough to work directly with the organization, and we are training currently, I think, 8 in-house division trainers that we're going to roll out for next year, enrolling key staff members. So an example is training administrators, training school security officers, teacher assistants. Our goal is to train as many people as we can over the next couple of years. So, but the ability to have that in-house will be extremely powerful because we can schedule that works best for us. So
Awesome. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, well, thank you so much. We will move on to 5.07, review purchase request for Ever-Driven Technologies. Mr.
Madam
Snipes.
Chair, yes, Mr. Snipes is going to talk us through this particular agenda item. I think just by way of reminder, it's important to note for the board that over the course of, I think, the last 3 or 4 school years, WJCC has worked with a contract company to provide transportation for certain students within our school division. And Marcellus will talk about that. It is a significant expense. But at the same time, it is an important expense because oftentimes the particular students that we're trying to provide support to travel singularly and need to travel singularly. So instead of utilizing a 35, 40, 72 passenger bus driver and aide, we contract that out so that we can use our transportation services to better meet the needs of the larger student population. Marcellus?
Well said, Dr. Keever. Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, and Dr. Keever. Tonight's proposed agenda item supports Elevate 28, support priority of organizational and efficiency. It's being brought for your consideration in the review, the purchase request to Ever-Driven Technologies under cooperative contract R230901 with Omnia Partners. This is a request to contract transportation services for selected students within the division during the 2026-2027 school year. As Dr. Keever mentioned, each year we transport a number of students, McKinney-Vento, special ed, pre-K, to various parts of state for services and for school and around our school division. The estimated cost for the school year next year is $1.3 million. The superintendent recommends the board review the information and be prepared to vote at the June 16th, 2026 meeting. And if you have any questions, I'm available to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Snipes. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Hosang.
Do you know, I guess, probably up to this point, what the cost was for this school year?
Sure, as of right now, and you will see in
the next agenda
item, we are currently estimated to be over budget. I can tell you that last week we spent about May 17th, we spent about $54,000 that week in transporting students. compared to the first week of school where we spent about 5,500. Those services increased started out with maybe 5 kids, and now we're up to 54 that we transport every week.
So it changes week over week. We're coming back to the board to authorize an addendum to the contract in terms of a purchase request to go ahead and ensure that we have the money available to pay the contract. The dollar amount for fiscal 27, I believe, is the same dollar amount that we had approved in fiscal 26, and our goal is to continue to work on coming below that dollar amount. I think in the next agenda item that you're going to hear about, we're able to use some year-end funds in order to keep us whole as we close the year out.
Yes, Mr. Hodges.
I see here that there is a subsection in this contract for cameras. Is that something that we currently ask for in the vehicles, or no?
Yes, we do ask for them to have cameras in their vehicles so that we can monitor or at least ask for those cameras if and when there is an incident.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? All right, then we'll move on to the next item, 5.08, review amendment to 2025-2026 Ever-Driven Technologies contract.
Yes, our second agenda item, as aforementioned, is a review to amend the 2025-26 Ever-Driven Technology contract. As stated earlier, we are estimating to be over our budget of $1.3 million by amount of about $175,000. So tonight, we're asking for you to review and amend the 2025-2026 cooperative contract number R190401 to Ever-Driven Technologies LLC, increased authorized funding by $175,000. The revised estimated cost for the school year 2025-2026 is $1,475,000. A budget transfer from instructional salaries and benefits to transportation contracted services in the amount of $175,000 is requested. The superintendent recommends the school board review the request for additional contingency funding for the contract with Ever-Driven Technologies LLC in the aforementioned amount of $175,000, which would bring the total cost for FY26 to not to exceed $1,475,000, and he's asking to be prepared to vote at the June 16th, 2026 meeting.
Any questions for Mr. Snipes on that? If not, thank you so much. We will move on to item 5.09, review purchase request for technology infrastructure items at the Bright Beginnings Pre-K Center's North and South campuses.
Madam Chair, as we inch ever closer to the fall of 2027, you're going to see some additional purchase requests in preparation for bringing the Bright Beginnings campuses online. Mr. Snipes will walk us through this particular purchase request, which is really for all of the infrastructure, technologically speaking, that these two new campuses will have. Marcellus?
That is correct. Tonight's review and purchase request for technology infrastructure items to support the construction of the Bright Beginning Pre-K centers at the North and South campuses to Optech under annual contract number 21-15019 for a total cost of $1,174,716. The construction of the North and South campuses of the Bright Beginning Pre-K centers are nearing the phase to allow installation of various technology systems, including datacom, audiovisual, intercom, paging, and access and security. The total cost for the requested technology purchase, again, is $1,174,716. Funds are allocated within the construction budget. The purchase will be made using the division purchasing contract 21-15019 with Optech. Superintendent recommends the board review the purchase request to Optech in the amount of $1,174,716 and be prepared to vote at the June 16, 2026 meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Snipes. Any questions from the board about this purchase for our Bright Beginning centers? We will move on to our next item 5.01, review purchase request for elementary school sound systems. Mr. Landers.
Mr. Landers is here to talk us through an idea that really came to pass as I was spending time working and visiting elementary schools over the course of the spring, and kind of combined with the opportunity to use some year-end funds that were available to us. Brian?
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Kiever. This agenda item requests the board review the purchase request to Optech for elementary school sound systems to be considered for approval at the next board meeting. In response to our request from staff, a division-wide review was conducted of the current sound systems in the elementary school meeting spaces, such as auditoriums, gymnasiums, and cafeterias. The finding was that they are outdated, which is causing greater difficulty in procuring repair parts and service. Additionally, division-wide, there are systems from various manufacturers, making service and support even more difficult. This purchase would allow the division to standardize the systems to current specifications, provide for greater ease in training, servicing, and operating the systems across all elementary schools. There are two possible configurations depending on the school's design, either a single-side system or a double-side system. This purchase would provide single-side systems for Clare Bird Baker, DJ Montague, Laura Lane, and Norge, double-side systems for J.B. Blayton, James River, Matoka, and Stonehouse. Matthew Whaley is being upgraded through a capital improvement project. The total purchase price for 4 single-side and 4 double-side systems is $366,400. The purchase will be made using contract number 21-15019 with Optech, and an associated budget transfer is also being requested from instructional salaries and benefits to technology contracted services. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yes.
I just have a question. I'm a visual learner. What does a single-side system look like opposed to double? Is it because of the size of the auditorium?
It's because of the size of the stage. You know, some of our elementary schools, one side opens up to a cafeteria, the other side a gymnasium. That would be considered a double-side system.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Mr. Riffle?
This is not a question, but it's a very well-needed construction material. I mean, just going to the schools and visiting during times in which lunch is transitioning and things like that. This is something that's been asked of us since I've been on the board. So it's nice to see that we're taking a priority this year to get it done.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Landers.
so much, Mr. Landers. We'll go to 5.01, review purchase request for, oh no, sorry, that's not it. 5.11, review budget transfer request for operations.
Ms. Ewing will talk us through this agenda item.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Kiever. This agenda item is a request to review a budget transfer for operations in the amount of $725,000. Due to normal attrition and unfilled positions throughout the year, the division has realized savings in instructional salaries and benefits. We are requesting to reallocate those savings to address key operational needs, including increased costs for grounds and stormwater management services provided by James City County, funding for the bonus payment approved by the school board in May, and end-of-year supplies needed to close out the fiscal year. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions for Ms. Ewing? Yes, Mr. Hosang.
I know each year that we have these unfunded positions that we can use to transfer for other benefits. Hypothetically, if we are fully staffed next year, how would we pay for something or funds or issues like this?
We wouldn't. Invariably, there will be some level of attrition. You might remember through the budgeting process, we have continued to inch the attrition number upward. Off the top of my head, I think we pushed it to maybe 1.5 this year as we were balancing the budget. That doesn't leave us a lot of room unless there are unfilled positions as the year goes by. So genuinely, hypothetically, if there were another bonus payment option scenario that the state came back for, we may not be able to accommodate a full-time staff bonus based on what we anticipate would be attrition savings. So some of these things that we've talked about tonight and even previously that we've been able to use this year-end funding pieces for wouldn't necessarily be there. It's why oftentimes you see in April and May and June, the board being asked to approve purchase requests for items that weren't necessarily in the initial operating budget, because we've realized that there is some level of savings and we want to be able to try to spend that versus have that revert back to the city or county.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Hosang. I think it would be beautiful if we had every single position filled all year long.
Agreed.
One day we'll see when that miracle happens. Any other questions for Ms. Ewing? All right, thank you. I think 5.12, review appointment for VSBA voting delegate and alternate delegate. I think that is us. So our VSBA annual convention is on Thursday, November 19th. And we have to provide both a delegate. If we don't provide a delegate, then the chair and the vice chair are automatically the delegate and alternate. Would somebody on this board like to be the delegate this year? Are we appointing the chair and vice chair?
Second.
No.
Are
All
the
right.
chair and vice chair okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, I did it. I stepped in for the chair last year and did it as vice chair. So it is an hour. It's not hard. It's interesting, but it's not a heavy lift. I can do it.
For the past 2 years, I've totaled the votes.
Oh yeah, he's the vote counter in there.
So hopefully I get a promotion soon.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I mean, you can come sit in the chair if you don't want to count. All right, so we will nominate the Andrea Donner as delegate and Randy Riffle as the alternate. Thank you so much. We are going to take a 10-minute recess because we have quite a few agenda items, and so I want to give everybody a moment to stretch their legs, and we will reconvene at 6:25 p.m. Meeting is adjourned. I mean, not adjourned. of the James City County School Board. Williamsburg James City County School Board. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to our information and discussion items. Item 6.01, teaching, learning, and technologies in WJCC schools.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the school board, and members of our community. Over the past year, conversations about student technology use and screen time have taken place across Virginia and throughout the nation. Here in our school division in particular, we have heard thoughtful feedback from parents, teachers, students, and community members who care deeply about ensuring our children receive the very best educational experience possible. Those conversations prompted an important question. How do we ensure technology remains a tool that supports learning rather than becoming the focus of learning itself? That question led to the inclusion of a very specific action step within my superintendent's transition plan to review screen time and technology integration across WJCC. Tonight's presentation is a result of that work. As you will hear this evening, our review extends beyond simply measuring screen time. It examines how technology is being used, why it is being used, and whether that use aligns with our expectations for high-quality teaching and learning. I want to be really clear about one important belief. Great teaching remains the most important factor in student learning. No device, software program, or digital platform can ever replace the expertise, relationships, and instructional skill of a highly effective teacher. Technology should serve to enhance learning, increase access, support collaboration, and expand opportunities for students, but it should never replace the human connections that sit at the very heart of education. This evening, our team will share the standards that guide our work, the data we collected, the feedback we received from students and staff, and the action steps we will take moving forward as we continue refining our approach. Our goal is simple: ensuring that technology is used intentionally, purposefully, and always in service of student learning. I'd like to welcome Ms. Ford and Ms. Barr, who will lead our presentation, along with support from Mr. Landers. Robin, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Keever, for the introduction. Good evening again, Madam Chair and members of the board. The goal of our presentation this evening is to present information as to how our students are using devices in their classrooms currently, to highlight examples of technology used in support of strong instructional practices by our teachers, and to share our plans for continued work to refine and strengthen our approach for consistent integration of technology as a tool to enhance teaching and learning in our classrooms, not replace it.
Push the right button. I know. Technology lady can't do it. Enter worked.
WJCC first piloted a one-to-one device program with 6th grade students at Toano Middle School in the 2014-15 school year. The program expanded each year to include the next grade level until all students at our middle schools were issued a one-to-one device in the 2016-17 school year. Planning for expansion of the one-to-one program to high schools followed, with the addition of 3,300 Windows devices to a one-to-one classroom-based model in the 2019-20 school year. The decision to proceed with a partial implementation was due to both opportunity to engage our teachers in professional learning about effective technology integration and the financial cost of purchasing devices for each of our high school students. This expansion was quickened by the COVID pandemic, with all students pre-K-12 being issued devices for remote learning in the 2020-2021 school year. Students continued to utilize devices for learning both in their classroom and at home through the end of the 2023-24 school year. In the spring of 2024, a focus group of elementary teachers and administrators provided feedback to the Instructional Technology Department regarding device use by our elementary students, particularly at home for homework or other instructionally related programs, such as Read Across America challenges. Usage data was also reviewed. It was decided that a change to our elementary one-to-one model was needed, and rather than take devices home each night, our elementary students would utilize a one-to-one device from a class set in the 2024-25 school year. This model has continued this school year. Finally, to further review our ongoing progress in this area, the superintendent included a review of screen time with a focus on purposeful technology integration in his transition plan, as already mentioned this evening.
Other way.
Students utilize a number of different types of technology resources as they engage in learning in their classrooms, from coding devices and VR goggles to tablets, Chromebooks, and laptops. Students engage with technology to supplement and extend their learning in the classroom. As you may know, our kindergarten students have access to a Chrome tablet, while our students in grades 1 through 3 use Chromebooks in the classroom. Students in grades 4 through 12 work on a Windows laptop. As already mentioned, at the elementary level, devices are stored in the classroom and available for use during the school day. They are not taken home. Our secondary students are issued a device to support their learning both at school and at home. Additionally, our elementary students engage in a technology center class as part of their weekly center rotation schedule. The profile of a Virginia graduate and the Virginia Standards of Learning underlie our guidance for technology integration with the goal of preparing our students to be life-ready beyond their K-12 education. This includes learning and applying appropriate academic and technical knowledge, demonstrating productive workplace skills, qualities, and behaviors, building connections and valuing interactions with others as a responsible citizen, and aligning knowledge, skills, and personal interests with career opportunities. In addition to Virginia's core content standards, teachers and staff are guided by the state's digital learning integration standards and the K-12 computer science standards. As you will see, technology is integrated into the classroom as a resource for teaching and learning and is not measured separately. Rather, use is evident in work processes, collaboration, and student products in all subject areas.
The digital learning integration standards outline how students use technology for learning. The standards provide a progression of skills organized by disposition and grade level bands for students to engage with in order to deepen learning in the content area. They define what developmentally appropriate use of technology looks like with a combination of digital and unplugged learning to build knowledge, collaborate with peers, and share ideas. This example standard, I know there's a lot of text on the slide, but we'll talk through it a little bit, from the Knowledge Constructor strand, illustrates the aforementioned skill progression as it applies to research strategies. In the primary grades, students utilize teacher-curated digital resources to find information, a skill modeled and directed by the classroom teacher. Upper elementary students progress in this skill by independently locating digital academic resources with the guidance of their classroom teacher to support the learning process. Middle school students continue with skill progression with the goal of locating primary and secondary digital resources and utilizing them to create a research project. Finally, high school students will further progress in their research strategy skills by using digital resources to deepen knowledge, connect learning to the real world, and investigate opportunities for personal growth. It's notable that these standards focus on the skills students work to build and not the specific tools used to build them. The skill progression is supported by the technology tools. The computer science standards outline what students learn about technology and technology systems. In elementary classrooms, the foundations of computer science, specifically computational thinking, are introduced across core content areas. As students matriculate into secondary classrooms, skills and knowledge are expanded upon in core curricular classrooms and in specific pathways of study. The foundational principles for the computer science standards of learning include computational thinking, which leverages logical reasoning and creativity to develop problem definition, component deconstruction and reconstruction, pattern identification, and systems interactions, skills that develop resilient learners. Responsible digital collaboration encourages identification of solutions in a team setting, allowing diverse perspectives and conflicting ideas to be incorporated and reconciled more efficiently. Authentic computing is paramount. Students must develop original work products rather than relying on artificial intelligence to produce meaningful and authentic mastery of concepts across educational disciplines. And finally, artificial intelligence must be used ethically. As the availability of artificial intelligence continues to increase, it's important to instruct students on effective and appropriate AI use.
Finally, technology use is embedded in core content areas through research, data analysis, and production standards in grades 3 through 12. This slide includes only a few examples of standards from each grade band for English and math. In many cases, the correlated standard at each grade level is similar, with a progression in knowledge and skills noted. In English, technology is explicitly included in the communication and multimodal literacies, research, and writing strands. The examples included here show a progression across grade bands. In elementary, the standards include basic use of digital and media tools. In middle school, evaluation and integration of digital sources. And in high school, the advanced uses of databases, multimodal composition, and audience adaptation. In math, technology is specifically included in the probability and statistics strand and select measurement and geometry standards. At the elementary level, students are expected to organize data using graphs both with and without technology tools. Middle school and above expand to graphing tools, calculators, spreadsheets, and dynamic interactive applications. High school courses explicitly expect graphing technologies and advanced digital tools for modeling and analysis. We continue with our social studies standards, which include technology use for civic and media literacy. In third grade, this includes students exploring various aspects of citizenship, including digital citizenship. In middle school, technology is included in standards as a research tool and tool for media literacy and source verification. Finally, in high school, technology is included in the government standards as students explore various influences, such as campaign advertising, on elections. Across all 4 fine arts strands, technology is embedded as a digital tool to support creation, critique, and communication. The examples included here are from the music discipline and illustrate the progression of skills students practice as they explore how technology tools can be used to create music at the elementary level, progress to editing and presenting music in middle school, and to adding new ways of understanding music in high school course. Recent updates to the Code of Virginia by the General Assembly, effective July 1st of this year, require school divisions to include instruction on screen time, including the addictive potential of device use. We are awaiting direction from the Virginia Department of Education for updates to the health standards, and will update our health curriculum accordingly.
Research has shown that the impact of technology on learning depends greatly on how it's used. Context matters. Technology is most impactful when it's purposefully integrated, encourages active learning, is developmentally appropriate, and clearly aligned with a learning goal. In particular, technology tools designed to support access to content by students with disabilities and multilingual learners are valuable for inclusion in classroom lessons. The American Association of Pediatrics no longer recommends specific time-bound limits for screen time based on age. Rather, they recommend a balanced approach to the use of technology tools with their 5 C's in mind. First, the child, which considers the individual needs of each child and how technology can be used for accessibility and personalized learning. The content, the careful consideration of what technology is used for, and the moderation of what websites are available to students. Calm, emphasis that technology is not used in lieu of development of other coping strategies and social emotional skills. Crowding out, purposeful integration of technologies so as to ensure that screen time is not replacing other opportunities for hands-on or collaborative learning. And finally, communication, sharing clear expectations as to why, how, and when devices will be used for learning with both students and families. Finally, the Surgeon General recently released an advisory around the potential for harm associated with excessive screen time. In the publication, it's recommended that schools enforce a bell-to-bell cell phone ban, teach digital citizenship and literacy skills, and create opportunities to displace screen time when possible. As a division, we've supported the intentional integration of technology as a means to support and extend teaching and learning. Our instructional technology team includes 16 members. 13 are technology integration coaches. Teachers by background, they offer professional learning, collaborative planning, co-teaching and modeling with teachers, and instructional coaching opportunities for teachers in the schools that they serve. Our team collaborates daily with students, teachers, staffs, coordinators of curriculum and instruction, and student service specialists to operationalize the intentional use of technology as a tool to support learning in the classroom for students of all abilities. As a department, our motto is the right tool at the right time for the right reason. We focus on pedagogy and learning first, with the technology as a tool to support learning. We work with teachers to plan meaningful, engaging lessons that utilize the technology when appropriate to support, deepen, and extend the learning of students. Ultimately, our goal is to help teachers and students maintain a balance of digital with unplugged learning and make healthy decisions regarding screen time. To that end, we recognize that not all screen time is created equal. Research supports the implementation of technology used to support active learning rather than passive. Active learning includes opportunities for students to create, collaborate, solve problems, and demonstrate their learning. This, when paired with unplugged student-centered strategies, positively impacts student achievement. Passive activities, such as watching lengthy videos, reading through slides, or reading articles without opportunities for feedback and redirection, can negatively impact cognitive, emotional, and social behaviors. Because of this, we are committed to supporting consistent, active use of technology to supplement student-centered teaching and learning in the classroom. Skills before tools. In practice, technology integration is designed to develop age-appropriate skills progressively over time. Students in kindergarten through second grade utilize technology in short, purposeful sessions balanced by offline activities. These lessons are modeled and led by their teacher. In grades 3 through 5, use continues to be structured and teacher-led, focused on research, practice, and collaboration. In middle school, use of technology becomes more integrated into daily lessons, with use geared to independent research, practice, and application, while still guided by the teacher and aligned to an instructional goal. Finally, in high school, students continue to progress further towards independent use of technology for research and writing, creating, and collaboration with the goal of proficiency of life skills for use after graduation. Revisiting our purpose today, we move into sharing the data we've collected this school year on Priority Action Step T1C of the Superintendent's Transition Plan. We've conducted a division-wide review of student screen time to assess not only the amount of screen time, but also, as much as possible, the context in which it is most often used. To gather information for our review, our team has collected both qualitative data from students and teachers, as well as quantitative data from walkthrough observations and data collection through an application deployed to our student devices that measures software usage and screen time through a browser extension. I'll review the summaries of the data with you now. To better understand how devices were being used at the elementary level, we held listening sessions with teachers at 7 of our 9 elementary schools. Information gathered varied by school location and grade level, with a variety of factors mentioned as contributing to what tools were used and when. Overall, we heard that the consistency of the use of Canvas as a resource hub was helpful in students navigating to the programs that they needed quickly and efficiently. Students in all grade levels use adaptive programs such as iExcel to support independent skills practice. It was noted as being a useful tool, but at times too often used. Related, there was inconsistency in understanding of the expectations of uses, especially for students receiving interventions in reading and math. This highlights a need to strengthen communication about our integration expectations and software use with teachers and staff. Finally, some teachers noted that when computer time, as they called it, was offered as a reward for work completion or improved behavior, students sometimes rushed through their work to use their devices. Hearing this indicates an area of growth for us around formalizing and communicating our expectations for intentional use of technology aligned with a learning goal. When our Student Voices tour was held in the fall, we spoke with students at all levels about their experiences with technology. Most students in grades 4 through 12 reported that they use their devices daily, but that the amount of time spent on them varied based on factors such as teachers' proficiency with technology, the focus of the lesson, class subject, and time of year. For example, many students reported using their devices more often in classes such as English for research and paper writing compared to most math classes. Student preference for use of programs such as Canvas for organization and document keeping was about equal to students who reported preferring a binder for notes and work completion. At the secondary level specifically, some students shared that they felt we haven't yet met our goal of balanced instruction with digital and unplugged activities in the classroom. In their perception, some classes never use digital work, while others, devices are used a majority of the time. Another common report was that digital work serving as a substitute for worksheets is less impactful than inquiry-based and creation-type activities that are assigned in some classes. Our technology integration coaches conducted walkthrough observations of classrooms in their assigned schools, noting how and why technology was being integrated into teaching and learning. Their goal was to better support teachers in the purposeful integration of technology. For context, most of these lessons, 67%, were observed at the middle school level, with 27% at elementary and 6% at high school. Of the 101 observed lessons, 82% included technology use. Of the observed lessons, 76% used the devices as a whole group to support learning, while 16% utilized the devices in a small group setting. Technology usage commonly fell in the 6 to 15-minute range, even during longer lesson observations. While technology can present a distraction for some students, off-task or passive use of the devices was noted in less than 10% of the observations. Finally, observed use ranged from drill and practice to student creation and creative technology use, such as podcasting, breakout games, and coding. In January of this year, we began using Lightspeed Insight to capture screen time usage of students. This software is a browser-based extension and captures time spent working in browser-based programs. The graph pictured here reflects data collected on over 10,500 student devices for the month of March. These graphs show the average time a student spends per day, again, in browser-based activities, disaggregated by grade level. The time is measured in hours, with the blue bar indicating in-school use and orange out of school. Daily browser activity for students in kindergarten and first grade averaged less than 30 minutes, while usage increased steadily as students progressed to upper elementary grades. The average daily use is less than 90 minutes in all elementary grades. As students move through middle and high school, we see a relatively consistent amount of time spent engaged in browser-based activities, with no grade level averaging over 2 hours per day cumulatively. We expect an overall increase in the time spent on devices supporting learning in the classroom based on the progression of skills in research, inquiry, and creation required by the standards. Again, context matters. While this data provides information, it does not tell us the story behind the context of the device use or the quality of the learning engaged with while in use. To provide some of that story, we will share some more specific information about websites accessed by students by grade level bands. In kindergarten through second grade, we see the most frequently visited website is Canvas, our digital resource hub. Many other resources are linked through Canvas and accessible through single sign-on or embedded within the tool. The images on the right are an example of what a first grade student sees when they log onto the platform. The top image is their global dashboard and the landing page that's seen when they log in. Each tile represents a different course that the student is enrolled in. The lower picture is an example of a first grade teacher's homepage. Again, because students primarily use this platform as a resource hub at this age, there are buttons to access other programs. This helps students efficiently and reliably access and sign into their learning programs. iExcel, a supplement to our print, benchmark, and KIDM curricula, and Microsoft tools follow in frequency, with Epic, PBS Kids, Google Search, and CodeSpark filling in the rest of the top 10. We see similar websites in the grades 3 through 5 list. Again, Canvas is the most frequently visited website, with iExcel, Microsoft, and Google Search in the top 5. Kahoot and Scratch are new to the list. These are tools often used for review activities. The images on the right show an example skills practice in iExcel Math. The first image is the initial question, and the subsequent images show the instructional resource that students can access independently based on their existing knowledge, confidence, and need for support in the topic. One is a worked example to illustrate the thought approach to the problem, and the second is a video explaining the skill. An additional similar problem would then be presented to the student. In middle school, again, we see many of the same websites, but in a different order. New to this list is PASS, which is our secondary hall pass system, often open on student devices as they navigate through their day. Desmos, the tool depicted in these images, is a math tool and the home of the calculator used for local and state testing. We do see YouTube on this list, which is often used as an instructional resource in the classroom. We also see Gimkit, a website similar to Kahoot. And finally, in high school, we again see familiar sites, but iExcel drops off this list, and the New York Times and Microsoft Copilot are seen at numbers 9 and 10. The images you see on the right are of a high school biology class in Canvas. This is a glimpse into the progressive use of the tool from our youngest learners' perspective to some of our oldest. The student's homepage is less of a resource and button-based page and more introductory to the coursework. Links are still available, though, and the students may access information, assignments, and assessments through a modules format. This illustrates the consistency of Canvas as the primary digital hub for all students, and the flexibility to use the tool shifted from a limited guided practice and links to websites to more open, independently navigated, or collaborative resource used as students develop greater digital skills. The consistency in resources is the result of years of collaborative work between the instructional technology, curriculum and instruction, and student services departments. Prior to the 2019-2020 school year, WJCC brought together a cross-departmental team to form what we now call the Instructional Technology Resource Review Committee. We recognize that new tools, platforms, and softwares are developed every day. So the purpose of this committee is to carefully review and approve digital resources before they are used in the classroom, with consideration for curricular alignment, accessibility, student data privacy, systems compatibility, and fiscal responsibility. Following review, a resource will be categorized as either supported, which indicates that it's licensed through the division with reporting and rostering managed centrally, approved, which indicates approved for students of all ages, but not licensed or managed by the division. Approved with conditions, indicating that the resource can be used in certain instances and specific grade levels. Or denied, which means that the resource should not be used with students. Resources that are denied are blocked on our division network. The Instructional Technology Resource Index is published with other instructional resources on our internal network and is updated 3 times per year following our review cycles.
Our goal as a technology department is to work behind the scenes to create a secure, moderated digital ecosystem for our students, teachers, and staff to safely navigate online resources. As such, WJCC meets federal legal requirements for a safe technology environment. We are in compliance with the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, or FERPA, as it relates to our handling of student records. The Children's Internet Protection Act, or CIPA, as it relates to our filtering of websites available for students while on our WJCC network, and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPA, as it relates to our maintenance of data privacy agreements with the vendors that we engage with. In addition to the general filtering and moderation of websites through our firewall and filter, the WJCC Technology Department offers management tools to both teachers and parents. Securely Classroom is available to all teachers for use during the school day. This is a management tool that allows teachers to monitor student screens, to set plans for allowing or blocking specific websites during class, to lock screens to minimize distractions during unplugged portions of the class, and to communicate with students individually or as a group. Securely Home is available to parents for management of devices outside of school hours. When subscribed, parents receive a weekly email report of sites accessed by their student over the past week. They are also able to establish settings for device use while the WJCC device is at home. For example, pausing access to the internet during set times, or blocking specific websites based on a specific URL, or a general site category. At this time, approximately 34% of our parents have activated their Securely Home accounts.
I want to thank Robin, Kristen, and Brian for carrying that part of the presentation and provide the closing. As part of my superintendent's transition plan, this review was never intended to simply collect data. The goal was to better understand how technology is being used in our classrooms, gather feedback from stakeholders, review current research, and identify opportunities to strengthen our practices moving forward. As I reflect on what we've learned through this process, several themes stand out. First, technology remains an important instructional resource and is embedded within many of the state standards our students are expected to master. Preparing students to be life-ready requires that they develop the ability to research, collaborate, create, communicate, and navigate an increasingly digital world. In the second place, the context matters. Not all screen time is equal. The quality, purpose, and design of technology use is far more important than simply measuring the number of minutes students spend on said device. The most important question is whether technology is being used in ways that support deeper learning, critical thinking, creativity, engagement, and access. And third, we heard clearly from students, teachers, and families that balance also matters. Technology should support learning, not drive it. It should enhance strong instruction, not replace it. I want our families and community to hear this very clearly. WJCC is not defending screen time for the sake of screen time. We are defending high-quality teaching and learning. Where technology supports that goal, we'll use it. Where it does not, we will be willing to adjust. Continuous improvement requires both confidence in what is working and humility to refine what can be better. That commitment to continuous improvement is what leads us to these next action steps. First, we will continue integrating digital citizenship principles into instruction across all grade levels. As technology becomes increasingly prevalent in students' lives, helping them become responsible, ethical, and informed digital citizens is an essential part of our work. Second, we will continue providing professional learning for teachers and administrators focused on purposeful technological integration. Great teaching remains the single most important school-based factor in student success, and our professional learning efforts will continue emphasizing student-centered instruction, balanced learning experiences, and the strategic use of technology in support of learning. Third, we will continue instructional walkthroughs and data collection efforts. This review provided valuable insight, not only into the amount of technology use occurring in our classrooms, but also the context in which it is being used. Continuing this work will allow us to monitor progress, identify trends, and make informed decisions moving forward. Fourth, we will establish an instructional technology focus group that includes multiple stakeholder perspectives, staff, administrators, and family members. This group will help us review data, examine emerging research, gather additional feedback, and support the ongoing refinement of our practices as an organization. In addition, we will formalize and strengthen expectations for device use in the classroom. We heard from both students and staff that consistency matters. Moving forward, we will work to provide greater clarity around what purposeful technology integration should look like across grade levels and content areas, ensuring that technology use remains aligned to instructional goals and best practices. We will also continue providing opportunities for physical activity and movement throughout the school day, particularly at the elementary level. Supporting the whole child means recognizing the importance of balancing digital learning with active learning, collaboration, and face-to-face engagement. Another important action step involves strengthening our partnership with families. We will continue engaging students, parents, and community members in conversation about healthy technology habits and age-appropriate balance between digital and non-digital experiences. And finally, we will launch a comprehensive awareness campaign around the Lightspeed Parent Portal, which provides families with additional tools, information, and resources to support technology use beyond the school day. Collectively, these action steps represent our commitment to continuous improvement and our commitment to ensuring technology remains a tool that supports teaching and learning, not the focus of it. As a school division, we are moving forward in the development of a profile of a learner. I believe tonight's discussion reinforces an important principle. Technology is not the outcome we seek. The outcome we seek is that of an empowered learner. Technology is simply one of the many tools that can help students develop those skills. From my perspective, the most important takeaway from tonight is that this review is never about proving technology is good or bad. It is about ensuring that technology is being used appropriately, intentionally, and in a manner that best supports students' teaching and learning for our students. As a division, we remain committed to being student-centered, collaborative, and strategic in our approach. We will continue listening, continue learning, and continue refining our practices to ensure that every decision we make supports the success and well-being of all of our students. At this time, ladies and gentlemen of the board, we would be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much to all of you for this very thorough presentation. I know there's been a lot of conversation by the board about screen time, so please bring forward your questions, concerns, wonderings at this time.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. Mr. Landers, when you were talking about securely, it sounded like that was mostly like a teacher or parent used website or tool. Is that mostly right?
Well, as far as the control of the devices in the classroom, yes, it's a teacher tool to be able to, as I mentioned, to be able to provide websites, to be able to block websites, get the students back on track.
Mhm.
But it does also provide that parent component that they can see what their child's been doing, and they can also use it at home to block those websites or turn the device off.
Okay, because I was a little confused because going through the quantitative data, starting at grades 3 through 5 all the way up to 9 through 12, Securely is up there on the top 10 websites. So I was just curious, like, what the students are accessing that site for, like what they're actually getting on that site.
Those are most likely the blocked websites that they're trying to access, such as games or things in the categories through our filter. Our filter is also through Securely. So when they try to access something that's blocked, they're redirected to the Securely block screen.
Okay, so basically, starting at grade 3, they're starting to try to bypass the system.
And I bring this slide back up, Mr. Hodges, to the image there is the teacher's dashboard that they see. So you can see thumbnails of each individual student in their classroom, what's on their desktop, and then the management tools there for them to be able to utilize during the lesson.
Okay,
The students are rostered based on
another
their
important
courses.
reminder that I wanted to add is that that parents who subscribe to the Securely Home service are able to get, I don't know whether it's daily, but I know at least weekly emails that talk about the most frequently searched sites that a student is using. That is a particularly powerful tool to be able to utilize at home and have conversations with your young person about in terms of what he or she may be searching while at school.
And if I could jump in, because I get the securely email, so I mean,
Is
it's
it daily? I can't remember.
No, I put mine at weekly.
Okay.
I don't need to know that much. But it is, it not only says that she was on Google, it was like she was on Google and she was searching up France, right? And so I know she has a project on France. So it gives you that sort of information. And then anecdotally, when she was in elementary school, she would talk about, too many kids were on doing Kahoots that maybe weren't, where it was more fun Kahoots as opposed to what they were doing during the computer time. And so the teacher would get sick of it and be like, okay, Kahoot is blocked. And so those teachers are using that to actively manage like what's happening in the classroom. And then as parents, you can also see what's happening. Yes, Mr. Hussain.
And as parents, you have to sign up.
I don't remember signing up for it.
So the parents aren't signed up. There was an invitation to activate your account through whatever email was included in Parent View. So however many parents are listed on an account would have received an email to activate the account. If that email is buried somewhere at this time, there is information on our website that shows how you can activate it using that reference email. So if you know what email is included in your Parent View, clicking on a link, going to Securely Home, it will find it based on matching that email address, and you'll be able to activate your account.
And then I think that the other important thing to note is that we talked about Securely Home, and then we talked about Lightspeed. And so there will be a shift in our program monitoring come July 1st as we enter a new school year. So Securely is our platform for the next couple weeks in terms of monitoring student use on our network, and then we'll transition into utilization of Lightspeed, which is part of the reason that we will do a widely broadcast parent and family awareness campaign around utilizing that service.
Okay. And then one other thing that jumped out to me on slide 21, talking about the daily screen time for grades 6 through 12. Am I reading this right, that starting at grades 6 through 12, the average daily screen use for our students on their school provided devices outside of school hours is about 20 minutes a day?
Yes.
Aren't they supposed to be like doing homework and stuff largely through like Canvas? I'm confused why that number is so low. It feels like with like textbooks and stuff that are digital, with Canvas being digital, that number would be a lot higher if they're doing homework and stuff.
Yeah, that's what we can look into that with our Instructional Technology Review Committee. I think part of it is some students in our division have access to a home device, and so their laptop may stay in their backpack and they utilize other resources. A lot of our teachers assign homework in that they complete work that's done or that was not done in the classroom, and so it may not be that there's a specific assignment to do in Canvas, but rather they might be reading, which might be from a book, or they might be doing something else that's not necessarily digital that they bring back to their classroom.
Okay.
I would just say, again, as a sixth grade mom, and maybe Ms. Chen can talk about it from her perspective, but a lot of the homework that comes home is still paper and pencil and sheets. So she's completing worksheets. She might be looking up some stuff. Every now and then she has an assignment. But a lot of times, like her writing assignments and things they are doing in the classroom, and she might finish something up. If she didn't finish it in class, she might bring it home. But I have not seen her needing to use her device a lot at home. And sometimes, like when we were preparing for SOLs, on the math SOL, the teacher was assigning her stuff in IXL to help strengthen some of her areas. And so she was doing IXL like every day. And she actually has the access to the IXL and Canvas on her phone. So sometimes she tells me she's on her phone doing. Maybe she's clicking back between that and Roblox, but she's on there. And so I think for some of the kids that have phones, it also gives them the opportunity when they're out to have access to do some of that work. So when we've traveled, I'm like, okay, well, you still need to do 20 minutes a day of math or reading or whatever on her phone, so she can use her phone to do that. So that's at least another way that I've seen some of the supplementation. I don't know if you've got the high school perspective.
I mean, I can share certainly, my N of 2 with my 2 kids. I think at the their experience has been that I mean, they do quite a bit of, I'd say pretty much everything is the assignments and things. That's just for clarity, I think, and communication through Canvas. So, you know, they do rely on their device, but I would say at home, and this is just my personal experience, I mean, they do have access to other than just their school assigned device. And I also would say that, and this is a good thing on behalf of the division and technology, a compliment, when it comes to safety and security, my experience is that our devices, my kids would say, their devices that they give from school are very secure. So there are certain things that they, you know, even if they're sometimes they'll have to use like one of our home devices for researching something because certain words or topics or things like that are blocked. Or if they get home at a certain time and their teacher hasn't turned off something, you know, yeah, I think it's probably just something like that, you know.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Yes, Dr. Cavazos.
I mean, just two quick things. I deeply appreciate the fact that it's been reiterated over and over and over that technology is used to support learning and teaching. Thank you. And second of all, I noticed that one of the comments from the kids was that, quote, writing helped them remember content better, as opposed to digital. And just one quick question, is the New York Times the only paper available?
It is not, and we anticipated that might be a question. While we don't know the full story behind it, that did appear in the high school grade bands. A lot of our teachers use Wordle and the word games as warm-ups or as activities for engaging students with critical thinking, problem solving and things along those lines. So we haven't been able to really just dig into that and see exactly the context. But no, there are multiple news sources available to students.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things that as the leadership team looked at the data, and we're, you know, part of what we want to do, I think sometimes as an organization, as a community, is we want to quantify like the minutes, and we want to know what are those minutes? What do those minutes mean? And as we talked about it more and more and started looking at the websites, the quantity is one story, but the quality of what the experience was, I think, is the more important story, and sometimes gets lost in the translation, which is why I'm really pleased with the action steps that we intend to take in terms of strengthening expectations across the organization in terms of technology use, and continuing to better understand what this data is telling us. So we started this in January in terms of the data collection pieces, and we initially deployed at the elementary level, and then we expanded deployment to middle and high school, and I think we've learned things during that process, and we will continue to learn things into next year as we work to better understand what the resources are that our students are using and the rationale for why they're using those resources.
Mrs. Hunley.
Yes, I was that teacher that could not use a device with students, and everything was hands-on, and that's kindergarten. This was very comforting, the report to see, because I hear one thing, and to see the data to back up that it is more of a balance and it is a tool makes me feel good. And I think I joked about this last time, Toy Story's coming out with a new thing where the little girl, and starting at a younger age, and I think that's going to be interesting to see how if that shifts any of, because I'm seeing a lot of younger kids, toddlers and stuff with devices, and wondering if that is going to shift due to this movie and will help out coming into the classroom, because I am starting to hear children say they'd rather have more hands-on activities than use their device. So I think there's going to be a shift.
And that, to me, that's also part of our work as an organization in terms of teaching and learning and instructional technology, working with building administrators and continuing to refine the understanding that our teachers have relative to that use. And I'm pleased with what we've learned and committed to continuing that process and continuing to refine our practices, because I know we can continue to get better.
Other questions and comments from the board? Yes, Mr. Riffle.
On slide 19, we talked about observations. Just could you go more in depth a bit about how observations were done? Is it like a full day we're talking about here, or is it a block? Like,
They were walkthroughs, so some of them were short, 5 or 10 minutes, and some of them up to about a half an hour or 40 minutes. And what our instructional technology team was doing was really piloting what we hope to expand to our school leaders for next year in terms of being able to give specific data-driven feedback around technology use in the classroom. So we created a questionnaire that had questions like, was the whole class using it? Was the teacher only using it? Was it used in small groups? How many minutes? And the minute range there seems maybe a little odd, but the first one was 0 to 5 minutes, and then 6 to 15, 15 to 30, or 30 plus. So they were doing a quick just checkbox kind of form to note what they observed in the classroom so that we could then see trends and other information based on what they were seeing when they walked through classrooms. So our technology integration coaches are assigned to a building. They have rapport with teachers. A lot of them regularly just walk in to see what students and teachers are doing, where they are in their lessons and the standards, so that they can support teaching and learning in general. So this was just a kind of data tracking addition to their normal work in the school buildings.
There's a follow-up question. I appreciate. Thank you for the answer. Just one more context, and similar for my next question would be, we talked about daily browser activity, and you specifically worded it that way, and then talked about top 10 websites in the categories. What are there other like things our students could be on a computer for that's not a website like that? That's something.
Yes.
So when I was, I mean, sure, maybe it was different, but there was like applications in which there was like on the computer already. So is that quantified anywhere in this presentation, or?
It's not, currently it's not quantified very well. We're updating our reporting in our software center environment, but applications that they might use from the software center include the Office application. So they might be typing a Word report for 40 minutes, or that wouldn't have been reflected in the data here. There are a number of testing applications, Scratch coding applications, Sphero coding applications, things that they might use to supplement other coding activities or creation activities in the classroom. Photoshop is another one that comes to mind. So we might have a student in a photography art class in high school on Photoshop for a good portion of a class, but that wouldn't have been reflected in this data because it's not a browser-based activity.
So one of our challenges organizationally is how do we get a handle on those things, and our team is looking at what does that look like in terms of the downloadable apps, if I'm using the right terminology, installed apps. Thank you. In terms of how do we begin to understand the quantity of time, and then again, more importantly, going back to ask the question of, is it quality time?
Sure. Yeah.
Right now, we can see how many devices have installed those particular applications that we put in the software center. And regarding the difference from a downloaded application, we don't allow students to download applications from the internet to their device. So that was just a nuanced distinction, I guess, that I wanted to make.
Gotcha. Yeah. And I'm just going to have a discussion. This is a discussion time, Manager. Okay. Sorry. I think this is maybe the main concern of the general public. It's not really the screen time for things we can track. It's mostly the stuff that's like kind of tough to get around a bit. And it sounds like we're unraveling kind of the mummy kind of thing, and it's definitely like scarier than you want it to be in instances. So I don't really know what to do with that information, and it's kind of a bit where I think this goes next is like something we would like to just know more about. It's tough to like have this presentation where we can see that students are clearly under this average, even in the stuff that we kind of pointed out in the handbook. It has like screen time across the state and stuff like that, or why we have a no cell phone policy and things like that. But like we're nowhere close, and we're it's typically a part of like a student's access to screens, right? Is being in school, so it just kind of seems like there's an off. When I see this report, it's like it doesn't feel like what I would realistically, even if I was a student myself, like now, like it's like, I don't know, it just doesn't, I appreciate the context of this presentation, but it's tough to say like we have figured it out, right? That it's like, that's, I think, hard to quantify like what even why one is a board member, or even like particularly like how to lead a conversation around it. It's just, that's the aspect I think like parents and our community is like trying to consider a bit, like how do we get to the point where like we understand how our students are using it at that time. Like, and I get it, like Microsoft Word and Excel sheets, those are really fun applications to be good at, but they are also like, like how long does a student stay on like working on a book report? Is it realistically that, right? And so,
Well, and I would say that we are not considering done. I think we're considering started.
Sure.
We have the action steps that Dr. Keever outlined in terms of how we continue to look at the data that we do have and then grow and expand the data that we're able to access and quantify, to be able to build on that, because there is that hole in those application timing specifics that we are looking at filling so that we can have a more complete picture to include the context and what they're doing when they are on those applications. Additionally, while we can't measure and get some of the reports for the applications, the Securely Classroom is able to manage those. So teachers can add applications to their blocking plans. They can have them within their classroom management system so that students aren't able to utilize them when they're supposed to be doing something else as a distraction.
I just want to say I'm very appreciative of the presentation. I think that's kind of the gap. I think like at the Commonwealth and across the nation, we're trying to kind of cover a bit, right? It's a pretty tough area in which you're asking a public sector. It's pretty overburdened to kind of figure the next aspect out. Like we've enjoyed the tool. Don't get us wrong. Like we can see the timeline. It's actually people are like, oh, it accelerates.
Who
so
doesn't
fast,
love data?
right? But it's
There's
like the part that matters is a bit like, how are we going to grapple with it? And it's definitely not a right now task, right? It's like, well, as we emerge into the next school year, like how we can elevate ourselves to, to make our students have a better place where they can feel like, and our community can understand like that wraparound is what we're looking at. It's like this is supporting education, right? So thank you.
I want to say something, then I'll go to you. I think when I look at the world in which our students are going to go, they will be writing in a Word document or a Google Doc. They will be using PowerPoints or Google Slides. Like those are all skills that they need to have, and being able to do that, starting in, I think Bailey starting in 4th or 5th grade is starting to learn how to use PowerPoint, how to use those things. And so sometimes I think one of my pushes is that there's a lot of hearkening back to when people were in school and what their experience was like with paper and pencils. And that's not the world in which we are preparing kids to operate. And like the expectation is that if you're writing, you still need to be able to digitize it because you've got to put it into your AI system, because that's helping you to track, all of your meeting notes and providing the summary and what your next set of action steps are. And I think there's also, Anita, recognition that like writing doesn't necessarily work for every kid. Like my child is dyslexic. For her to write and take notes that is really difficult for her. But being able to type the notes, being able to actually have the computer recording what the teacher is saying and transcribing the notes, and then being able to draw on them and color them and do things like, there is a hands-on aspect for her. But if you were to look at her digital needs are really, really high, because doing this, she wouldn't be able to access it. So I think we've got to figure out, there is not a one-size-fits-all solution for each student. Even if you were, I think, to look at her IXL numbers and things when she was in elementary school, for when she was learning for reading, while maybe the other kids were reading on there or maybe had books, like she was having the thing read to her, and then the dot is bouncing so that she can hear the words, read the words, and see the words. And so for her, digital access in those younger grades was helpful to help her with her reading goals. And so having a book, and if you think about a lot of our books, we don't buy books with fonts for dyslexic children. And so you're talking about classroom materials and textbooks, but that's not accessible to her because the letters are moving and she can't see it. And so her to have the digital access to the textbook where she can blow it up, where she can have it audibly reading it to her, then allows her to work differently. So I, as a board member and also as a parent, I just think that saying, well, they shouldn't be on for less than half, for more than half an hour, they shouldn't have access to this, access to that. You've got to understand, like, each kid is different, and technology might detract for one child, but it might be supportive and make the curriculum accessible for another child. And so I think that is part of the conversation that I also think is important that we are the community is happening. And, as we have our English language learners, like, there are so many uses for technology that I think just assuming if it's not in a book or they're not handwriting it, it's not the right way. That doesn't work for everybody. Go ahead, Mr. Hodges.
Yeah, I want to thank you for making that point. Technology, when used at its best, I think is something that opens up and expands possibilities. Like, some of the accessibility tools that exist now are revolutionary for people who are dyslexic or who have certain learning disabilities, and it really makes concepts more acceptable and not acceptable, accessible for them. And so, that context I think is really important as we talk about this, and it's kind of what as we go forward and keep collecting data and look at, what does technology use for our students look like? That is kind of the type of breakdown I would love to see moving forward. It more, we have like it broken down by grades, but like what does the student look like that's using it? Are we seeing, a lot of use for kids who, maybe need that accessibility support? How does that compare to like your regular student who maybe doesn't need that sort of thing? I would be incredibly curious to know which subjects see higher technology use. I would love to know, how does math differ from science, from English, seeing that breakdown, really just expanded data as we continue to move forward and keep collecting data and looking at, kind of holistically how our division uses technology with our students. Like, having all those data points, like you said, who doesn't love data? I would love to be able to pour through that data and see, an even more robust report in the future on, who are our students that are using technology the heaviest, and how and what tools are they using, what sites are they using, and how can we lean into those where necessary and, support them in that. I think that's a huge part of the context of this whole conversation is who's using it, why are they using it, and how is it helping them? And I think that's a huge part of this moving forward. So I want to thank you for this presentation. Obviously, there's a lot that went into it, and I look forward to kind of seeing what is presented down the line.
Are there any concluding comments?
I'll just add that thank you for this presentation. I think in my time on the board, this is the first kind of presentation of this sort. So I want to thank Dr. Kiever for kind of pushing that and making it a priority. So I think that this is a good starting place, as Ms. Barr, you mentioned, and it is a continued journey. In my day job, that's what we call it. It's technology, AI use, fluency in those, digital citizenship. It is a journey, meaning it is ongoing, and this is a continuation and an important conversation that we have to keep having. I'll just sort of second what Ms. Donner shared as the school board member who is on our SEIA committee. It has been very eye-opening to learn, and it is a goal of our SEIA committee that we've been exploring sort of the positive uses of technology, assistive technology, AI, in increasing accessibility, removing those barriers to learning that our students have. And so it was nice to also see through this presentation that it was affirmed the recommendations that's not based off of a certain time, which is, I think, what used to be the case. Oh, we don't want our kids on screen time for a certain amount of time, but every kid is very different and every learner has different needs. And as a board, we value that diversity and we value the fact that every kid needs different supports, and technology is one of those tools. So I think leaning into that curiosity and leaning into the education both for our students but also our teachers and our families, this is new, especially when you're talking about like appropriate digital and AI usage. So yeah, I really appreciated this, and thank you so much for the presentation.
All right. Thank you so much. We will move on to our next agenda item, 6.02. Elevate 28 Strategic Plan Updates, Academic Achievement, College and Career Readiness, and Educational Equity and Safety and Security. If anybody wants to stand for like 2 minutes while they get themselves together, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and stand up and shake my legs. You all can walk as slowly as you want.
You take as much time as you need.
All right. We're all good? All right.
Madam Chair, as we return from our standing break, this is a second report that we will be providing to the board relative to the story behind Elevate 28. We did our first report at the May meeting. This is, I think, another encapsulation of all of the amazing work that has occurred across WJCC this particular school year. It's exciting. There is a lot for you all as school board members to be proud of. There's a lot for our community to be proud of. We know that the work continues, but we did want to take a few minutes and share the highlights and give an opportunity to celebrate together. So Ms. Trott, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Keever, and good evening, Chair Donner and school board members. In collaboration with my colleagues this evening, we're pleased to share updates on key accomplishments related to our strategic plan. Within our key priority of academic achievement, college and career readiness, and educational equity, we seek to transform teaching and learning to prepare our students for success in post-secondary education and careers. There are 13 key performance indicators for this priority, including student proficiency and growth in literacy, student proficiency and growth in math, and student proficiency in science. Bright Beginnings, students' growth towards kindergarten readiness, and the percentage of high school graduates being future ready for employment, enlistment in the military, or enrollment in post-secondary learning, our 4-year federal graduation rate, and our state graduation completion index. And finally, the number of secondary students enrolled in advanced courses and programs, and the percentage of students from underrepresented groups identified for K-12 gifted services. Assistant Superintendents Mr. Sean Walker and Dr. Catherine Worley will now share some highlights from our team's work this school year.
Thank you, Ms. Trott. This year we continued strengthening elementary literacy through high-quality instruction, targeted interventions, and ongoing teacher support. We entered year 2 of Benchmark Advance implementation, expanded VALS training into grades 4 and 5, and established a dedicated 30-minute literacy differentiation block in every elementary school to provide additional support for students. Literacy leaders worked alongside teachers through coaching, supporting collaborative planning, and instructional walkthroughs to strengthen classroom instruction and ensure effective implementation of literacy practices. We also expanded family and community engagement through literacy events, volunteer training, and resources that support reading at home. Additionally, the school board's approval of 5 additional contractual days for reading specialists will further strengthen collaboration and alignment across our schools. Together, these collective efforts continue to build a strong literacy foundation for all students and move us closer to our goal of ensuring every child becoming a successful reader. While our elementary efforts focus on building foundational literacy skills, our secondary literacy work centers on helping students apply those skills through increasingly rigorous reading, writing, and critical thinking experiences. This year, we launched HMH into literature in both middle and high schools, providing students with engaging opportunities to strengthen literacy skills through rich texts, writing experiences, and project-based learning. We also expanded vowels implementation and student reading plans into grades 6 through 8, creating a more cohesive system of literacy support and ensuring students continue to receive those targeted interventions as needed. To support high-quality instruction, literacy leaders and administrators conducted instructional walkthroughs focused on student engagement, standards-aligned instruction, and effective literacy practices. Additionally, all advanced placement English courses adopted new instructional resources, providing updated materials that supported rigorous reading, writing, and analytical thinking. Together, these efforts are strengthening literacy instruction across grades 6 through 12 and preparing students for success in advanced coursework, college, careers, and beyond. Just as literacy provides the foundation for learning, strong mathematics instruction equips students with the problem-solving and critical thinking skills needed for success in school and beyond. This year marked the first year of implementation of the KIDM mathematics curriculum in our elementary schools. Throughout the year, we supported teachers in implementing the new curriculum while strengthening student reasoning, mathematical discourse, and problem-solving skills. To better meet individual student needs, all elementary schools implemented a daily 30-minute mathematics differentiation block, providing targeted intervention and enrichment opportunities while keeping students connected to their core instruction. We also strengthened family engagement through our elementary family math night, helping families better understand and support mathematics learning at home. In addition, our elementary math specialists completed year 2 of cognitive coaching, enhancing their ability to provide job-embedded support and professional learning for our teachers. Looking ahead, we are excited to host the VCU Math Institute this month, bringing high-quality professional learning opportunities to educators across our local region. Together, these efforts are strengthening mathematics instruction and supporting student success across all of our elementary schools. This year, we strengthened secondary mathematics through curriculum enhancements, professional learning, and expanded student opportunities. We implemented new Algebra 2 instructional materials, expanded project-based learning across grades 6 through 12, and began planning for new geometry resources aligned to Virginia's standards of learning. We continue to support teachers through instructional coaching, collaborative planning, and targeted professional learning, while strengthening supports for our multilingual and advanced learners. We also expanded advanced coursework by developing a summer bridge course for accelerated pathways and launching AP Pre-Calculus, which enrolled 187 students in its first year. These efforts are helping ensure rigorous instruction, increased student engagement, and greater access to advanced mathematics opportunities across the division. This year in science, we strengthened science instruction through division-wide common assessments, data-informed instructional practices, and expanded literacy integration using Newsela resources. We completed the adoption of the new grades 4 and 5 instructional materials, continued development of a middle school honors science curriculum, and supported teachers through targeted professional learning and instructional walkthroughs. In addition, our partnership with the James River Association provided 7th grade students with meaningful hands-on environmental learning experiences. These efforts continue to support engaging, rigorous science instruction and prepare students for future success. Bright Beginnings continues to focus on developing strong literacy, mathematics, and kindergarten readiness skills while strengthening family partnerships. Preliminary assessment data show encouraging growth in literacy and mathematics, and we look forward to sharing more official results in early fall. The staff in Bright Beginnings conducted just more than 1,500 family meetings and hosted engagement events that equipped families with tools to support learning at home. Students also participated in our first Level Up Day to support a smooth transition to kindergarten, while staff have begun collaborative planning for the opening of our new Bright Beginnings campuses. These efforts continue to ensure that our youngest learners are prepared for success as they enter kindergarten. And I'll now turn it over to Dr. Worley for updates on our remaining priority indicators.
Good evening. Preparing students for success after graduation remains a central focus of our work at the secondary level. This year, we continue to expand opportunities to help students explore career pathways, earn college credit, and gain workplace experience. At the middle school level, students participated in the Dream Big Engineering Film Initiative, helping them connect classroom learning to future careers in STEM-related fields. At the high school level, we expanded access to the ASVAB for both 11th and 12th grade students, providing another valuable tool for career exploration and post-secondary planning. To better align career prep with workforce needs, we updated industry credential offerings in high school demand career fields and restructured work-based learning opportunities to align with changes from the VDOE. We are also excited to launch our Army JROTC program beginning this fall, providing students with additional opportunities to develop civic leadership, life skills, and global awareness. Our students also continue to excel through career and technical student organizations. This year, students earned 29 regional awards and 29 state awards, with 2 teams qualifying for national competitions this summer. Through our ongoing work with Virginia Peninsula Community College, we are finalizing our application with the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges to continue strengthening opportunities for students to earn college credit while still in high school through expanded dual enrollment offerings. And most recently, we celebrated the seniors in our Teachers for Tomorrow program, surprising them in their classrooms with an opportunity of a lifetime. Let's take a look.
What if the future of education wasn't something we had to wait for? What if it was already sitting in our classrooms?
I'm Sam, and I am in a first grade classroom this year.
My name is Kayla, and I'm working with first grade.
So the Teachers for Tomorrow program is a brand new internship program where high school seniors get to be inside of an elementary school classroom. Some are in first grade, some are in other grades, it depends. But it's a really, really amazing opportunity, and it comes with some really great opportunities down the line for me as well. Get my certification here in Virginia. I have a job offer here at WJCC schools after college.
These future educators aren't just imagining their careers, they're already living them. Students earn high school credit, college credit, and paid internship experience while gaining something even more valuable.
And I think what I gained the most from it is learning that not every child is the same. Challenges me to think of new ways to teach them.
Really not only helpful for me to learn how to do that for my future job, but also to help them be the best first graders and the most successful first graders that they can be.
The future of WJCC isn't somewhere ahead of us, it's already here. Congratulations to the class of 2026 Teachers for Tomorrow Career Commitment candidates.
We're very proud of our Teachers for Tomorrow interns and grateful for their cooperating mentors who have made their senior years so fulfilling. We also appreciate all of our partners who hosted college and career readiness events this year. Here you can see the participation in our community-based career days is expanding and thriving, offering students a wide variety of opportunities to explore their interests. In addition to expanding academic and career readiness opportunities, we have focused on strengthening the schools that support student engagement throughout the high school experience and ultimately high school graduation. This spring, we brought together various stakeholders on our Profile of a Learner design team to define the knowledge, skills, and dispositions we want all learners to develop from pre-K to grade 12. We look forward to sharing the attributes, definitions, and proposed implementation plan later this summer. Since last fall, all 3 of our high schools have participated in the Virginia Leads Innovation Network for High School Redesign. Through this work, we are exploring career pathways and academy models that can provide students with clearer connections between their interests, coursework, and future opportunities. To support a success start to high school, the Valen teams developed a freshman transition summer academy, which will launch in August of 2026. The program is designed to help incoming 9th grade students build confidence, establish connections, and develop the skills needed to thrive in high school. To ensure students have multiple pathways to success, we will also continue to expanding access to College Level Examination Program, or CLEP, as an option for earning verified credits. We are also preparing to launch SOL boot camps in July of 2026, providing targeted support to help students strengthen content knowledge, build confidence, and stay on track for graduation. Together, these initiatives are strengthening our systems for supporting students. By improving transitions, creating more meaningful learning experiences, expanding pathways, and providing targeted academic supports, we are helping ensure that students remain engaged, progress towards their goals, and graduate prepared for their next steps. Looking ahead to the 26-27 school year, we are excited to expand opportunities for advanced learning by introducing several new course offerings across middle and high school. At the middle school level, students will have access to Honors Science and Honors Social Studies in grades 6 through 8, providing earlier opportunities for rigorous coursework and deeper exploration of content. At the high school level, we will introduce AP Cybersecurity, AP Business and Personal Finance, AP Research, and Law and Debate 2. AP African American History will also expand to all 3 high schools. These additions reflect our ongoing commitment to providing students with rigorous, relevant, and engaging learning experiences that align with their interests, support their aspirations, and prepare them for success beyond high school. And this spring, we began a comprehensive rewrite of our local gifted plan, which you heard about earlier this evening, establishing a roadmap for the next 5 years and ensuring alignment with best practices in education. Students at James River and Norwich Elementary Schools participated in a field trip designed to expose them to advanced learning opportunities, connecting music, art, and history, while cultivating student potential at an early age. We also engaged in ongoing data conversations with school principals to better understand participation patterns and identify opportunities to increase access and representation among student groups. High-impact strategies, including Tier 1 instructional practices, cluster grouping, and co-teaching models for identified gifted students. These approaches help ensure that advanced learners receive appropriate challenge and support within the regular classroom environment. Looking ahead, students will have access to our new Honors Science and Honors Social Studies courses in the middle school level, providing additional opportunities for rigorous academic experiences. Our team also supported the development of curriculum resources and provided professional learning through Camp GPS and other training opportunities. In addition, gifted and talented development resource teachers attended the William & Mary Gifted Conference, bringing back research-based strategies to support advanced learners across the division. Together, these efforts are strengthening our gifted education program and helping ensure that students from all backgrounds have opportunities to develop their talents, access rigorous learning experience, and reach their full potential. At this point, we'll be happy to pause, and if there are any questions related to our key priority at this time, we'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you so much, everyone, for that presentation. Open it up to the board for questions. Yes, Mr. Riffle, or you were just leaning? Just leaning. No, you were not yawning. You were not yawning. You were stretching your mouth. Well, I think that there's just so much. I know that we've done a lot, but when you see all of the things that we have accomplished and across the grade levels, and things from supports to pushing our students even harder academically, I mean, I think it's just it's a huge testament to the work of the teachers, the administration, Dr. Keever, and the balance of both academics, but also our students that want to go into careers and our future teachers. And we're doing some good things.
We are, Madam Chair, and I think I mentioned in May that I really wanted the board and community to be slightly overwhelmed with the amount of things that we talked about. And I do believe that there is incredible work happening across WJCC, and I'm incredibly proud to be a part of that. So thank you for that. And if we're ready, let's move to
Mr. Rick
sorry,
actually
okay.
was leaning in
Okay,
for
sorry.
this time.
Oh yeah, I have one. Actually going to go back to the literacy in elementary school, the 5 additional contractual days for a reading specialist. I think it's the first time we've mentioned it in a setting where we've expanded that. And how's it been doing what is expected? It's kind of like,
It's in the budget coming up.
oh, so it's not okay.
Well, we went to 208, and
That's right, yeah.
and then we're going to 213 for next year.
So we expanded it last year.
We went 5 additional days, but in conversation with curriculum and instruction and building leaders and the folks that serve in those roles, the idea was an additional 5 days would really help as we are closing down one school year, beginning another school year, or some of the different pieces that happen over the course of the summer. So we continue to expect to see dividends for that additional investment.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I just wanted to point out that something like literacy is like pretty tough to get in the budget sometimes, and like a place we can kind of talk about it. We've done actionably this year is like that's a pretty big support that our schools have been yearning for. And then the other part was like during the student video, the student mentioned he was paid for the internship. Like, can we talk a bit about that? Like, that's not the best thing we've ever heard ever. That's pretty exciting. Like,
it is exciting. We felt like that was a strong model to encourage students to participate. I think that sometimes our young people do those kinds of things in service, which we want them to do, but at the same time, if we could entice participation and a love for potentially becoming a teacher, that to me serves a double purpose.
sure. I'll just speak to it for a minute. We visit schools throughout the year, and you could I visited students that were in the beginning of the program, and then as they were finishing, maybe this early last spring at JBB, which is kind of fun. I actually read in a class where like a student was working, and then they were there at the basically towards the I would say the end when we could visit as school board members. So they felt just very included. They felt like this is great that they were included, and this is a program that you don't really realize until you kind of hear a bit more about how impactful it is on students' lives, and that's kind of what we're seeking out is to give our students that potential to see what it's like to be in a career like this, but also, not too young to kind of get started though thinking about those type of things, right? Like if you have a passion for education, you can do it here while you're in school, and that's, on the tax dollars, which is important. So thank you all to your staff and for the people who led those programs, because it is a journey with having students, working alongside other students, so.
It's our most adorable recruitment strategy as well.
Yeah.
When we got to surprise the students in their elementary classrooms while they were working with their young students, for those students to be able to witness these students achieving their dreams. I have to tell one little story.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, first of all, their parents also met them when they were greeted at the door with their offer. And so we had their parents were also in tears and overwhelmed, as any parent would be, excited for their child's future. But one of our young ladies did come to tears, just out of joy. And another little girl said to her, all your dreams just came true.
Aww.
And so for them, so then of course I'm like, who else wants to be a teacher, right? So
sign your contract now.
Yeah.
2050.
So it really was a very special day, and I want to commend Mrs. Walter and her team for making all that possible.
Mrs. Hunley.
I was going to piggyback on that. Miss Walters knows 5 years ago when I was working in the Teach for Tomorrow program before it became a conflict of interest with me being on the board. I know how far it's come. And to see it finally come to fruition, I'm telling you, because we were at one point just worried if we'd even get students. And to see that happen 5 years later is just phenomenal. And the young man, Caleb, I met him Sunday. He got a scholarship. And I believe one of the girls did too as well for college when the foundation gave $178,300. So I did get to meet him.
That's wonderful. Any other comments or questions or accolades? The one thing I'm excited also is our ability to offer college credit courses in dual enrollment, because I did not like how much York County was beating us on that pie graph. So I want their little sliver to shrink. So I'm excited by that as well.
They're watching.
Hey, whatever.
I watched.
We're coming for you.
We share your desire.
Yeah.
I wish I could have taken a photo of Dr. Keever's face right there. That was postcard worthy.
We're ready for the second half?
Yes, please.
Okay. Our final update this evening will focus on the priority of ensuring a fully integrated approach to safety and security that encompasses both the physical environment and the social emotional needs of our students. There are 7 key performance indicators that help us measure this priority, including the percentage of identified safety and security recommendations that have been implemented, the prevention of data breaches, and the percentage of students who report that our schools are safe, healthy, well-maintained, and positive learning environments. Additionally, we seek to ensure that our school counselors are spending the majority of their time delivering counseling services to students. The number of behavioral referrals resulting in suspensions decreases. Student attendance continues to improve, and all students have opportunities to participate in our School Healthy Initiative program activities. My colleagues will now share some of the strategic initiatives related to their respective departments that have been accomplished this school year, starting with Mr. Brian Weaver.
Good evening. In the area of school safety, this year we have focused on training, improving emergency preparedness, and continuing to invest in our school security infrastructure. We expanded our emergency response capacity through Project Adam, cardiac emergency response teams, ensuring schools are better prepared to respond to cardiac emergencies and other critical incidents. Threat assessment teams also receive training in identifying potential concerns early, assessing risk, and providing appropriate supports for students. We also continued implementing recommendations from the Threat Risk Vulnerability Assessment, including the installation of traffic calming devices at 6 schools and campus fencing projects. In addition, 16 of our 23 school security officers completed Stop the Bleed training, expanding our capacity to respond effectively during medical emergencies and reinforcing our commitment to preparedness. Looking ahead, we will conduct a live reunification drill with first responders in July of 2026. This exercise will provide an opportunity to practice and refine our reunification procedures, strengthen coordination with emergency responders, and ensure we are prepared to safely reconnect students and families during an emergency.
Creating positive school climates begins with listening to our students and ensuring they have meaningful opportunities to help shape their school experiences. This year, the Student Voices Tour was expanded to include elementary schools, allowing us to gather feedback from students at all grade levels and better understand their experiences, needs, and perspectives. At the secondary level, initiatives such as the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, Student Leadership Academy, the VHSL Student Leadership Conference, and Leadership Connects Job Shadowing Day provided students with opportunities to develop leadership skills while contributing to important conversations about school and community improvement. We also strengthened opportunities for students to build connections and a sense of belonging within their schools. This included the expansion of MTSS house systems at all 3 high schools and the Best Buddies program, which fosters inclusivity and meaningful peer relationships. Beyond the school walls, students demonstrated their commitment to service through structured volunteer opportunities across the Williamsburg-James City County community.
To ensure student perspectives continue to inform our work, we administered an Operations Services Student Survey focused on child nutrition services, transportation, and facility cleanliness and maintenance. We're currently analyzing that feedback to identify opportunities for improvement and inform future strategic planning efforts. Finally, as part of our superintendent's transition plan, a committee will convene this summer to develop a system for monitoring student participation in extracurricular activities. This work will help us identify students who may not yet be connected to school activities, better understand potential barriers to their participation, and intentionally connect them with opportunities that support engagement and belonging. Together, these initiatives are helping us create school environments where students feel heard, connected, and empowered.
In supporting students' social, emotional, and mental well-being, this year we focused on strengthening both the systems and personnel that support student wellness across the division. As part of that work, a team participated in the Virginia Department of Education's School Behavioral Health Workshop, helping us develop stronger structures and processes for school-based mental health teams. In addition, as you heard earlier tonight, we are developing a cohort of youth mental health first aid trainers, expanding our ability to provide training and build awareness among staff. Together, these initiatives are helping us build leadership capacity across the division so that student mental health needs can be identified and addressed quickly, appropriately, and effectively. At the classroom level, we have continued implementation of the Botvin Life Skills curriculum within health and physical education courses. This evidence-based substance abuse and violence prevention program provides middle and high school students with the skills needed to make healthy decisions, manage challenges, and build positive relationships. To strengthen coordination and consistency of services, funding for a coordinator of school counseling and student supports was included in the budget for next school year. This role will help support the work being done to align counseling programs, student support services, and intervention efforts across all schools. We also expanded opportunities for collaboration among school counselors through regular elementary counselor collaboration sessions and the establishment of leadership roles at the middle and high school levels, promoting greater consistency, alignment, and sharing of effective practices across schools. And finally, our newest school counseling program is helping preschool students learn important skills like self-regulation, relationship building, and problem solving. Let's take a look at how these big skills start small.
School counseling, especially at this level, is so important because we're intervening early in building skills that will make them successful for the rest of their lives. Some of the things specifically is students come in and they've never been in a school setting before. And having a school counselor, I've been able to work with teachers about how the student's brain is responding to things. Every day is different, but I do small groups, and in each of my small groups and in my classroom lessons, I bring Ricky the raccoon, and the kids get to know him and love him. Ricky is special because he has very sensitive ears, so they have to be very quiet, and he runs away and hides if it gets too loud. And at the end, if Ricky feels safe and welcome, they give him a hug or a pet or a high five. Ricky sometimes has problems that they have to help him solve too. So it's very hands-on small groups. I also collaborate with teachers for any support that they might need in the classroom, and our teachers here are fantastic. And I've really tried to make sure that I'm working with all levels, at the student level, staff level, administration, and families too. We realized that we didn't really have anything in place for holiday support for our families. And we set up our first Bright Beginnings holiday shop. It was a room and we decorated it, we had music. We served 89 kids through our Bright Beginnings holiday shop. School counseling is just so important. I could talk about it forever. I'm working with students every day to build skills for emotional regulation, friendship skills, problem-solving skills to set them up for success.
Improving student behavior starts with creating clear expectations, building positive relationships, and providing supports that help students develop the skills they need to be successful. This year, we focused on building staff capacity to sustain these efforts through responsibility-centered discipline book study, de-escalation training, and the TTAC facilitated behavior breakthrough series at Laurel Lane Elementary School. We also expanded classroom management coaching, providing teachers with practical strategies to create a structured, engaging learning environment. And at the individual student level, we piloted student action plans at the elementary level, allowing us to partner with families to establish goals and provide structure, monitoring, and support. Students serving long-term suspensions received ongoing support from a behavior specialist to maintain connections to school and support a successful transition back to the classroom. In addition, social and behavioral skills groups offered throughout the division provided students with opportunities to strengthen self-regulation, communication, and problem-solving skills. Together, these efforts are helping us create a more consistent, supporting learning environment while equipping both students and staff with the tools needed to promote a positive behavior and long-term success. Improving student attendance requires more than monitoring absences. It requires identifying barriers and connecting students and families with the support they need to stay engaged in school. This year, we strengthened our attendance supports through an increased use of multidisciplinary team interventions and support referrals. We allow schools to respond more proactively when attendance concerns emerge. We enhanced our partnerships with community organizations. We held the Spark event. We connected with Williamsburg House of Mercy and Fish, helping connect families with resources that address challenges such as housing instability, food insecurity, transportation needs, and other barriers that can impact attendance. Additional supports were provided through our home-based project and care closets, ensuring students and families had access to essential resources and services that support regular school attendance. At the school level, we continue to implement attendance incentive programs, recognizing and encouraging positive attendance habits while helping students feel connected and engaged in their school communities. And behind every attendance statistic is a student with a story. The next video highlights how targeted supports through our restorative center help one student who is chronically absent reconnect to the school and rediscover success.
The Restorative Center is the perfect setting for some students. It's personalized. We can take our time and really get to know the student, help them understand what has gotten in their way, and really help bite off the pieces that are broken, and really help them find those pieces, put them back together again, and build a different person.
The Restorative Center definitely boosted who I was before I came, and I mean, I feel like a totally different person. It's very individualized here, and that's what I really like about it. I just feel like there's someone who can work with you, who's there for you, right? So the program got me through my high school experience definitely in a better way. I've had opportunities to join the GED, the Learning Lab, and stuff that is going towards my future. If you put in that effort, stuff will gradually change for you. I got through all the Mind Entry credits in my 10th grade year, and matter of fact, I got even more credits done to where I will be able to graduate when I'm a junior. I came here, I saw that I could change, accepted that change over time. They've really helped plan out my future. I think I'll be going into the military. I try to be doing a 6-year term, and I want to become a Marine law enforcement officer. It's really what I'm striving towards.
Very transformative for the students and for the staff as well. Every kid has a light, and the center helps us to shine that light on them, but the ones that let us in, great work is done.
Not on the script, but I just think it's important for students like Sawyer, the importance of non-traditional programs and meeting students where they are. Every journey is unique to each individual, and that's just one example. So, finally, through our School Health Initiative Program, or SHIP, we continue to promote student wellness through nutrition education, healthy decision-making, and meaningful engagement opportunities. This year, new nutrition lessons were implemented in all K-2 classrooms, including elementary self-contained special education classrooms, which was a priority. Ensuring wellness programming is accessible and responsive to all student needs. At the secondary level, approximately 715 middle school students participated in various SHIP clubs across the division. Students participated in the Farm to School Tri-Day tasting, provided hands-on opportunities to explore healthy food choices, and in support of our attendance efforts, SHIP connected chronically absent students with activities that fostered engagement and strengthened connections to school. And finally, we know that healthy adults are essential to modeling healthy lifestyles for students, so our SHIP team is collaborating with Human Resources to support our division's Thrive 365 program, making staff wellness an important part of supporting the health of our entire school community. And at this time, we're happy to answer questions that you may have related to this priority.
Thank you so much for everyone for this presentation, members.
I love the videos. That's the young man that was holding his teacher hostage the day I came to visit because he said he wanted to keep working because he had a goal, and that was him. And to see him in the video just is full circle. He's driven. He's going to be that Marine. What did he say? It was a different kind of
Law enforcement.
I hope he comes back and talks to our ROTC students about it.
Yeah.
He also worked with our school social workers to develop a supply drive to distribute it to families in need as well. So.
Other comments?
I love SHIP.
Oh yeah.
I love SHIP, but.
And what I thought was, could you say a little bit more about connecting the students, the chronically absent students, to SHIP opportunities?
Yeah, so over the summer, we looked at students who were chronically absent, and we reached out to those students and the families and said, what would encourage you in terms of additional activities to motivate you to come to school? And so they provided us with, sometimes the students will say, well, I just like to go outside. Got it. Other students will say, well, we like karate or something. So we try to tailor their interests into activities that could be offered at the school to motivate them. So, and with those families who were chronically absent, or students, excuse me, we worked with them going into the school year around support plans to get them to come to school. So it's just another way for us to try and find ways to connect students to the school setting.
Sitting on the Health Foundation, which provides the SHIP funding, I think that is just an interesting thing for the Health Foundation to also know how that money is able to do more than I think what we're thinking that it can. So.
Absolutely.
I actually have a question about the threat assessment, the physical one. I know when I first joined the board, there was the original one, and we over time have been implementing those. Is there some sort of cadence that we're on where we, like every 5 years, you look at it, do an assessment? Like, what does that look like?
Every 5 years, we look to do an assessment. So I think what you would anticipate is towards the second semester of next school year. So spring of 27, we would develop an RFP and go out for bid to try to entertain firms that may want to come in and give us perspective, and then we would look to try to budget for the TRV in fiscal 28 and try to conduct that in the early part of fiscal 28 for a report out in if I'm thinking about my dates correctly, the spring of 28, which would then be within that 5-year frame. I think we feel like we've made strong progress, but I think we want an additional opportunity at assessment. And to that same point around the TRV and a 5-year cadence, one of the areas that I think we know we need to continue to press on is the idea of a large-scale reunification exercise. I'm really pleased that we were able to schedule that in July of this summer, which will include all of our administrators and everybody from the school board and central support, and in essence, plan out what we would do if we needed to evacuate a school or reunify students and families after a catastrophic event in one of our buildings. If you read some of the things in the press about school divisions that have gone through that without the practice, you learn that while you get through it, it certainly could be better. And so I feel like our practicing that is a proactive approach.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Hodges.
I think it's worth noting that as part of the Student Advisory Council and being a part of the Profile of a Learner group, one thing that our students seem to think is incredibly important is promoting leadership opportunities for students. And as I look through school climate, there are a lot of leadership opportunities that have been presented to students. And as I think that grows, I think that's such a cool sign of us meeting the students where they're at and giving them the opportunities to grow and practice those skills that can translate a multitude of careers or life trajectories, like building in leadership. They recognize how important those skills are, and looking through what we're offering to them now is like new programming on that, I think is just really, really cool and something worth highlighting.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hodges. Any concluding questions or thoughts?
Okay, so as a reminder, this was our storytelling presentation, and we will actually talk more about the progress towards the specific quantitative KPIs in the fall.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. As we transition to policies, if anyone wants to stand to shake their legs for policies as they walk slowly, or no, you're already sitting there.
Andy got his binder during the last presentation.
Oh, all right.
I'll bring the raccoon in the video.
Yeah.
I need a hug.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, I have an order ring that's like, get up. I'm dropping from optimal to like too much sitting. We will go into our policies. Our first is 7.01, review revisions to policy GCI, staff assignments and transfers.
Thank you. We will begin with policy GCI 2023. As part of this review, we compared it to the corresponding VSBA model policy. The revisions are focused on clarity and consistency. The title has been updated to remove the word professional and add reassignments to accurately reflect that this policy applies to all staff. Language throughout the policy has been clarified using the model policy. Standard language has been added, authorizing the superintendent to establish regulations consistent with this policy. As such, we're introducing a new companion regulation, GCIR, and this regulation overviews the specific procedures for staff assignments, voluntary transfers, and reassignments, including the process for school openings and closings. Cross-references have been updated. It has been reviewed by legal counsel and approved as presented, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have about this policy.
Any questions? All right, we'll go on to 7.02, review revisions to policy IGD, extracurricular activities.
Thank you. This policy IGD was last revised in August of 2021, so this is part of the 5-year review cycle. The revisions bring our policy into alignment with both the VSBA model policy and federal law. The policy code is being updated from IGD to IGDA, and the title is being expanded to include student organizations. The language has been revised to clearly define and distinguish between the 3 types of groups that may be offered at our secondary schools. First, extracurricular activities or school-sponsored volunteer activities. Outside the instructional program, some examples include athletics, performing arts, academic competitions, and operate under the direction of the principal. Next, curriculum-related organizations are a direct extension of the school program and are faculty-sponsored. And finally, non-curriculum related organizations are student-initiated groups that are not school-sponsored by the division. Language has been added clarifying that while the division does not sponsor non-curriculum related organizations, it retains responsibility for ensuring all students group operate safely and within the law. Standard language has been added authorizing the superintendent to establish regulations. We're introducing a new companion regulation, IGDAR, which provides schools with clear procedural guidance for all 3 categories of each group. Additionally, language has been added consistent with the Code of Virginia prohibiting school board employees and school volunteers from using social media platforms as the sole means of communication with students in the facilitation of extracurricular activities. School division approved communication and messaging applications are not affected by that prohibition. Legal and cross-references have been updated. Policy has been reviewed by legal counsel and approved as presented, and we're happy to answer any questions about policy IGD or IGDA as we're proposing it be recoded.
Great. Thank you so much. Are there questions from the board? No? Okay. We'll move on to the next one. 7.03, review revisions to policy JFC, student conduct.
And Madam Chair, if it's permissible, is it possible for me to present the next 2 kind of in tandem because they're a little bit connected? Okay, thank you. So I'd like to present the next 2 policies together as the changes are connected. We will be covering policy JFC, student conduct, and policy JFCA, student dress code. Beginning with policy JFC, which was last revised in September 2025, it is required to be reviewed annually. We're bringing forward 2 targeted updates this cycle. The first is the cell phone and smart devices section. The term electronic devices has been updated to smart devices and a definition has been added. The language reinforcing the bell-to-bell prohibition has been strengthened to align with recent changes in state law. and language has been added clarifying that students with applicable plans or accommodations may be permitted, upon approval from those teams, to possess and use a cell phone or smart device during the day to support a health need or an assistive technology accommodation. I think it's important to note that these changes in state law kind of strengthen requirements from school divisions, but we feel like we're in good standing with our current Find Your Focus campaign and expectations for students. The second update is in the dress code section. Language has been added explicitly tying dress code violations to the consequences outlined in the Student Code of Conduct. We feel that this provides a clear and more consistent pathway for enforcement across all of our schools. As we move into the new school year, we'll continue to work with administrators on consistent enforcement, engage all stakeholders, students, staffs, and families, and support students in understanding dress code expectations as part of a safe and engaging learning environment. With those updates to Policy JFC in mind, I'd like to turn to Policy JFCA, Student Dress Code. Our recommendation is to retire this policy. The dress code content is fully captured within JFC, eliminating redundancy and consolidating all student conduct expectations in one place. There is no corresponding VSBA policy for JFCA. Both policies have been reviewed by legal counsel and approved as presented. Before I open it up for questions, I think it's important in the Code of Conduct presentation I did earlier, when I talked with parents who have encountered the discipline process, not specific to dress code, but they talked about it gets really confusing sometimes when they have to go to different policies. So as we look at ways to streamline, I think this is an opportunity to bring dress code under an annual review. In that way, when we talk with parents, and we can point directly to the Code of Conduct and Policy JFC. So that's why we're proposing that. So having said that, I'm happy to answer any questions about Policy JFC or JFCA.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Hosang.
I have a question. I just don't know whether I missed it in reading through the policy or not, but is there a definition that you have for dress that is disruptive or distracting that is not acceptable? Or are you going to rely on the Supreme Court precedent when they determine they'll know pornography when they see it?
So I won't be saying that, but
which is an actual precedent from the Supreme Court.
No. I'm well aware. I had that in my script. I took it out. The dress code specific to each level is defined in the student handbooks that are available on our division website, so that they're handed out to students. Actually, what's interesting about this is our Leadership Connect Day with students. I had 2 students who I talked to, and I talked about this, and they talked about continued kind of increased awareness of expectations of what is and is not permissible, because they said it's not just teachers enforcing it, administrators, but it's also parents supporting and making sure students are ready to come to school. So they are outlined in the student handbooks over the summer, working with administrators to see what refinements, but then also how do we bring awareness to families so they know what is and is not allowed.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. And our last one, 7.05, review policy JM, physical restraint and seclusion.
Thank you. This is our last policy. It was revised in May of last year, and it does require an annual review. As part of this review, we compared it to the corresponding model policy. We're not recommending any content changes at this time. It continues to reflect best practices and applicable legal requirements. Is being brought forward to you to satisfy this annual review requirement. It's been reviewed by legal counsel and approved as presented, and I'm happy to answer any questions about policy JM.
Any questions? Okay. All right. So we'll be ready to vote on those at the next meeting. We have one action item for this evening. 8.01, approval of personnel actions. Could I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the personnel actions as presented.
Thank you, Mrs. Hunley. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Ms. Aller?
Mrs. Hunley.
Aye.
Mr. Riffle.
Aye.
Dr. Cavazos.
Aye.
Ms. Chen.
Aye.
Mr. Hodges.
Aye.
Mr. Hosang.
Aye.
Mrs. Donner.
Aye. And as we enter into hour 5 of our board meeting, we were up to board member comments. Just giving you all a landmark of where we are, and that many of these, our senior staff have been here for 12 hours or more at this stage and still need to go home. So just conduct yourselves accordingly. But we don't want to censor anybody. We'll start with Dr. Cavazos.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, I'm not going to do my 10-minute talk. I'm just going to say congratulations to the upcoming seniors that we'll see crossing the stage on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hunley.
Yes, GED graduation, phenomenal all the time. I'm glad we recognize those students. Curious, the retirement, how many of our people really will come back to sub? I really would like to see if any of them ever do, because we encourage them every time. When Dr. Colorado was giving her presentation and she said embedded, I automatically went to this sign, because we have a profile of a learner. We had 3 students that presented some of our findings, and one young man came up with this, and it just goes back to, we have a lot of great students doing great things. Speaking of great students, I want to thank Dr. Keever for letting me go to War Hill's dress rehearsal for graduation, as I won't be there, and Christopher Cook, which was one of the, they mentioned him getting the welding, signing for the welding. You did, Mr. Hossein. He was my kindergarten student, and I was looking for him at that rehearsal, but he was getting the award, whatever, he was at a competition. So I did not get to see him, but I think he'll be at the senior walk. And if not, maybe he'll be at the parade. That's all my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Hunley. Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to start my comments by wishing our LGBTQA+ community a happy Pride Month. No matter who you are, how you identify, or who you love, you matter, and you should be proud of the things that make you uniquely you and the life you lead. Secondly, last night I attended the final meeting of the Profile of a Learner work group, which met 3 times starting back in April. And I cannot speak highly enough of the group of people who got together and dedicated their time to help us formalize what skills a WJCC graduate should possess. I think, kind of echoing what Ms. Hunley said, I think what impressed me the most about the process was how engaged the students in attendance were. I know I personally had some interactions with students during those meetings, and I walked away so impressed at how bright, thoughtful, and engaged they were. Like Ms. Hunley said, it was also inspiring to see 3 students present for their groups last night, and they each did wonderfully in front of a crowded room full of community members, WJCC staff, and their peers. One presentation in particular will be embedded in my mind as we move forward. Truly an inside joke for those who were in attendance yesterday. You missed out. It was a good time. I was really encouraged by the dialogue that happened during those 3 meetings, and I really look forward to seeing the final product when it's ready. Next, I want to just congratulate our seniors who are about to graduate, and more broadly, congratulate everyone for making it to the end of the school year. For our staff and students who will be returning, hopefully all of them, I hope the summer will offer you up a chance to rest, relax, and refocus ahead of next year. And for our graduates leaving us, I hope you all will take the lessons you learned from WJCC out into the world for whatever comes next, whether it be military, traveling, starting a job, going to college, or just taking some time for yourself to exist. And I really look forward to attending all 3 graduation ceremonies on Saturday to celebrate with everyone. And finally, and perhaps most important, I need everyone's support, energy, and well wishes as my beloved Carolina Hurricanes play in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight. It's been 20 years since the Hurricanes have hoisted Lord Stanley's Cup, and frankly, the teams I support don't have many championships to point to. Long story short, I need this. Go Canes. And that concludes my remarks, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Hossein, it's up to you to follow that.
I'm done. I don't follow hockey, but I'll support the Hurricanes. Hopefully they win.
Go Canes.
Everything. So, I've got, I guess, 4 quick points I'll make. I just want to thank Mr. Barnett from War Hill High School for allowing Ms. Hunley and I to sit in on his AP African American Studies class when they were giving their final presentations. It was great presentations that we saw, and anytime that we can get our students up in front of their classmates to give a presentation, in front of strangers to give a presentation, I think that speaks well for our students. So I want to thank him. I want to thank the honors graduates for their presentations that we attended. They're presenting things that I have no idea what they're talking about, but some of these presentations they started 2 to 3 years ago, gaining evidence and information and everything. So I tip my hat to all of them and what they did. I want to thank our retiring employees. We had a great ceremony for them last week. And just want to say thank you for all your support, all your help for our students. And I want to congratulate our GED, IS, AEP students. All of them have a story. It may be a good story, maybe a bad story, but they all have a story as to how of them coming back and earning their GED, and that's a great credit to them to put forth the work to overcome any obstacles that they had to get their diploma. And so I just want to really congratulate them for their hard work and everything that they did. But thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Hosang. Ms. Chen.
I would just briefly make one request because this year's graduating class is very extra special for me. So my request is that we all cheer extra loud and we give those kids a great send-off to wherever they are headed next. And I'm definitely feeling it in my heart big time that this school division, everybody who has had a hand in raising up this class of kids and young adults, that they will do great things beyond, in Williamsburg and beyond Williamsburg, and that when they look back on this time, that what we do has a huge impact on raising them up. To be contributing citizens, to be kind and empathetic, service-minded people. Congratulations to the class of 2026.
Thank you so much, Mr. Riffle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's nowhere else I'd rather spend 5 hours, so I appreciate you all this evening. And but no, I've also had some pretty great conversations over the week, so I just wanted to say thank you to the community members for the conversations that I've had. I've really appreciated hearing people's feedback on redistricting, and I'm glad we've got some time with our students in that as well. I think it's important that we've really bring access and transparency to our students, that this process is happening and they're part of the conversation too. And so just, that stuff's due June 7th. I gotta get that round done of feedback. And that's important so that we can kind of keep the ball moving. Trust the process a bit. It's going to take all of us. Like I said, it's a team sport, whether it's not just a school board and the people in this room, but it's a community effort. And I really appreciate the conversation we've had so far. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Riffle. And I will just piggyback off of that. The 7 people who have to vote for the redistricting and the 8th person who is helping guide us through this, we are so committed to getting this right. And I want the public to understand that we take this so seriously because whether we get it right, we get it wrong, that is the legacy of this board for the next 10 years. And so I can understand that there is heightened angst about it. I can also understand that from a transparency perspective, sometimes people feel like we're not giving the information as quickly as we need, but I need everyone to understand that as a board, we see the information live in board meetings for the first time because we cannot have a meeting to discuss it amongst ourselves before we can do it in the public eye. And with the volume of information that comes from redistricting, we are taking it piece by piece. The first piece was to understand, based on the guidelines that we gave around building usage and transportation and neighborhood schools and feeders, what does that look like? The second piece is, okay, now that we've seen that, how do you, when you layer on demographic information and you get the public to look at what those lines do, what is that next piece? There's been some indications through letters and conversations that have been had with many board members that there feels like something nefarious is happening around the demographic data and that it was released second only under pressure from the community. I want to be very clear that is untrue. We were always going to get to that piece of the data, and we are going to have even more data to share in the coming weeks. And so there isn't a conspiracy happening. We are not purposefully trying to put certain kids in one place and certain kids in another place. We are really trying to look at it and be very thoughtful, be logical, to follow the data, to understand the quantitative and the qualitative and how those pieces play. So I would ask that the community, each of you as a parent, as a community member, as a constituent, you all have consequential decisions that you have made in your lives that took thought, that took time, and that from the outside, maybe everyone didn't understand the process. But in that moment, people saying that you're doing something that is nefarious, that is underhanded, that is looking to revert back to times that were less than ideal, that would have been very, very painful and hurtful. And so as a board, we've all signed up to be in the hot seat, to have the spotlight on us. So has Dr. Keever. But I want you all to be very, very, and I want us to be very, very clear, like this board is trying to do the right thing. And so I would ask that the public look at this from the perspective of all of us are coming with the best of intentions and trying to learn. We appreciate the ideas, the things that you're pointing out to make sure that we have it on our radar. And so we appreciate that. But this board is working really, really hard. And I also want to say that the committee has worked really, really hard. And all of the data that we're talking about in the demographic data, they have cut and sliced and diced that so many times during the months that they worked on this. And so that this will evolve. Just to give everyone perspective, we started these conversations in May. We are less than a month into all of this. We have till October. So please understand that this is a long process and more is coming. And so this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. And so just please pace yourselves as we are pacing ourselves. So thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Keever. I know that you being asked to go in front of a bunch of students to explain something that's super complicated, that most adults would never go in front of high school students, and the fact that you believe that they could understand what we are doing and encouraging them to have a voice, that takes courage. And sometimes things are taken out of context or misconstrued, or only part of a statement is told and not the whole statement. And so I just want to say I appreciate you listening to our Superintendent Student Advisory Committee and going forward to do that. Going to a place where high school students will boo you because they don't want to be redistricted. I think there are very few adults in this world would put themselves in front of 600 high schoolers to talk to them about something that they may not be excited about, and to have the wherewithal to do that. And I think it's very easy to sit behind computers and to text and to put things on social media from a place of comfort in your own home and not standing in the arena. And every person in this room is standing in the arena with people looking down on us, booing us, looking for us to make mistakes. And so I am just so proud of all of us who are standing in the arena together as we try to make the best decision for our community. So I will conclude my remarks there. We will move on to our meeting schedules. 10.01 upcoming events. We will start with Duke of Gloucester Street Senior Parade. Tomorrow, 6/3 at 5:30 p.m. Graduation ceremony for student athletes, 6/4 at 5:30 p.m. at Legacy Hall. That is the first time we're doing that?
First time.
I love that, because that has happened a number of times where our fantastic student athletes are out there with their last competition and miss their big graduation. So thank you to the division for making that happen and centering students and their families. War Hill High School graduation ceremony, 6/6, 9 a.m., Kaplan Arena at William and Mary. Then we're going to be doing Jamestown, same date, 1:30 p.m. at Kaplan. And then we're going to round out the evening at 6 p.m. with Lafayette High School, Kaplan Arena. And our policy committee will be 6/24 at 8:30 a.m., room 203 at the school board and central office. Our upcoming meetings, closed session, June 16th at 5:15 p.m., room 200 in Berkeley Middle School. Regular meeting, 6/16 at 6:30 p.m., Berkeley Middle School Auditorium. Special call meeting, 6:30, 4 p.m., room 300 in the annex at the school board and central office. School board planning retreat, 7/7, 8:30 a.m., room 300 in the annex at the school board and central office. Closed session, 7/7 at 2:30 p.m., room 300 in the annex at the school board office. And work session action items, 7/7, immediately following closed session, room 300 in the annex of the school board. Our agenda items are set for the next regular meeting, and we are adjourned.